Cricket. Again, sorry about me a quick second. Hope you're all well. I'll tell you what, I'll actually let this play with the in-game music because it's very good. Yeah, it's not bad, though. As you can probably surmise, this is very much a very much a PS1 game we're dealing with here. Hello, Ben. Hello, Pasties. Oh gosh. So yeah, a bit of a change of pace. We're back on a horror film, but this time we've got a 1998 Square developed, before they were Square Enix, RPG horror film. Oh my gosh, what's going on? What's going on? Oh my goodness. Thank you. Oh my god, 6 months! Oh, thank you very much, man. A lovely gesture, thank you. Sorry, don't mind the screen intermittently disappearing there. No, thank you very much, Ben. Nice thing for you to do. Thank you, Kasai, for the host. But yeah, so we're gonna. I was a bit worried about how long this would be, but I've seen the estimates for this go about 7 to 12 hours. This is scarier than CGI Online. Just barely. Just barely. I had a quick look through the tutorial. This is kind of a, this seems like a slightly more actiony take on, classic not Resident Evil, sorry, Final Fantasy, but with some action elements to it. Like, it sounds like you still control your character, but you're waiting for a meter to fill up and then you can do an attack. And perhaps a tiny bit of survival horror in there as well. As I said, this is basically meant to be a horror RPG from what I gather. It's a game I've heard about for years, and it's not actually one we've ever seen officially released here in Europe. Which is really odd, because both of the sequels, one of which even being on the PS1 as well, did come out over here, but not this one. For whatever reason, so... This game often gets brought up in sort of the talk of the glory days of Square during their PS1 tenure. Someone will obviously mention like the Final Fantasies and whatnot, and they'll mention like this, a front mission game. Some of the kind of really experimental stuff they did in between all the big stuff. Thank you, Quicken. Yeah, the game is we're basically starting now. I'm just having a quick gander at this tutorial still. The mitochondria. I think I've heard the things get pretty biological in this, so that'll be fun. It shows how scientific I am. I saw that and I thought Star Wars Episode 1. Mitochondria, midichlorians, all the good stuff. So yeah, we're going in pretty blind, although I did read one or two tips. The main one I read being apparently you get points to level things up, but it's been recommended to level up weapons as opposed to our character stats. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's hard not to think of that when you see that, is it? Right, let's let it go then, shall we? So hopefully we can get this done in maybe 4 streams, I think. We'll see how that goes. I don't know how that looks on the stream. You can tell it's quite artifacty, the F&V here. It's something that a CRT back in the day would have hidden, perhaps a bit more so, but still. There you go, that puts a date on this, doesn't it? I guess this game is like a Nightmare Before Elm Street thing. You can kind of play it in that transition period between Halloween and Christmas. Yeah, we are in NYC. Yeah, good, thank you, Pasties. It still looks a bit compressed, does it? Yeah. Okay, so funny thing here. I promise I won't go on about this because this is me being very excited about something very boring. But basically, this should look like this, basically. So you notice they look a bit kind of serrated. Resolution's obviously very low. That's the original, and it kind of sticks out quite a bit on a flat screen. So the solution I did for something like Mega Man Legends was to bump the resolution all the way up, like this. Which actually, that might not look too bad if you're watching this in a small window, but of course the problem you get is you get these really high fidelity rendering of the character models against what is still a very low resolution background, and this is a Resident Evil classic Final Fantasy PS1 era kind of thing where the backgrounds are very low res and there's not a whole lot you can do about that. So one thing this emulator does, and again I promise this is already getting really boring, so this is basically downsampling that resolution you just saw to the original one. And what I really like about this is it really makes the characters meld in quite well with the backgrounds, I think. It's, it obviously has a bit of a low res look to it, but I think that ends up helping everything be a bit more cohesive. Like, I prefer that to, certainly to this, which would be the original, where, the characters look a bit serrated, they look a bit unrefined like that. Because it's kind of drawn from a bigger resolution. Like, I think that ends up looking a bit more, yeah, exactly, you have no idea how excited that kind of feature makes me in an emulator, like, more than it should. And I'm imagining trying to explain this at a party or something like this, something like that. Someone just sort of, I'm never going to make a very good icebreaker in that kind of scenario. But it's a nice solution to games like these. It's sometimes a bit of a chance to know exactly how to handle them on a modern display. I'll say as well, I don't know whether to do, we have got scan lines we can do as well. I'm still a little... Yeah, same. That's another big one, yeah. I don't, so the last tech thing, we could put scan lines on it as well. I'm actually sitting quite far back from my TV, because even with that thing, it's obviously quite a low resolution to be looking at on a big display, so... what do you guys think? Do you think maybe scan lines? So I'd go with those ones. Forgive me, it's a bit fiddly, because there's that one in between, which that one's probably too dark. So it'll either be that, or that. And my only worry is scan lines sometimes look a bit funny on the stream. I've tried to kind of... That looks fine, does it? Okay, well, we'll keep it like that for now. If anyone does mention it, or if you guys think it is a bit odd, then we'll... I can probably go either way on that, but they do kind of nicely... again, perhaps... yeah, I've tried to not make them too obvious, yeah. There we go, so, alright, enough boring tech stuff, we got that out of the way. Jasmine will be quiet. It doesn't bother you as it passes these. Probably bothers me more than anyone watching, which doesn't really matter, because I'm not the one watching the stream, so it's all good. But yeah, this is our protagonist, Aya Brea, I'm guessing. And like any Square RPG from this time, you can rename her, which, I'm sure one could have juvenile fun with, but I'm going to be even more boring than I've just been and go with the canonical now. We could go with Gronk, couldn't we? So I believe we're on a date night with this. Well, you'll see. Probably not husband material, I don't think, for AA. I even had my dad get the best seats for us. Dear. Oh gosh. How pathetic. He's talking about how good things are going to be in this next sequence. We could definitely take his word on that. I think we can. And yeah, no PC port of this. The only thing it got was a PlayStation Network re-release. This is another one I bought from the American PlayStation Network and meant to get round to on PSP or Vita for the longest time, and never did. So I thought this would be a good opportunity. The best looking guy in the Oh my god, it is the Final Fantasy VIII screenshot. You're completely right. You're completely right on that, Croco. No, that's great. Yeah, he's the best looking super sampled guy from a higher resolution scale down. So that's not bad, guy. Turn it down ever so slightly. So we start with an opera, and then I know we're a police officer and stuff goes on in the police station. That's all I know about the context of this game, really. I watched a review of it years ago, but I don't remember much from that. That's some good PS1 model acting. Yeah. That's brilliant, yeah. Bloody hell. I don't know if this one's based on anything. It's probably like a really obvious Shakespeare or something. you know, those operas Shakespeare clearly wrote. God, what's it like to be cultured? So yeah, it's quite a striking opening to a game, isn't it? And yeah, this is 98, so between FF7 and 8 actually, I suppose. And I might be wrong, but I think in America this game might have come with a Final Fantasy VIII demo. I know Square apparently did a lot of demos with full releases back then. This might have been what they did that with. Like that, you know, this is definitely CG of its era, but it hasn't aged too badly, I don't think. Well, speaking of badly, or yep. This is quite a relatively famous opening, this actually. It's usually one of the things people remember about the game. I can't imagine why. God, it is. It's pretty horrible, actually. Oh no! Oh gosh. So that's a bit Ron Burgundy, boy, that escalated quickly, isn't it? Hi Amadeus, I remember this! Oh cool! In what way have you experienced Parasite Eve, man? That's really cool. I know it from basically YouTube video reviews. So, we weren't burned. I'm not sure why. I don't know if there's something further to that. Oh dear. I have seen a gif of this as well, watch this. Ow! And, oh, I haven't put rewind on, damn it! I was gonna play that like over and over a million times, but I haven't got the rewind feature on. Be too late now, I think. Just bunts him out of the way. We probably don't ever see him again, I'm gonna assume. Might be for the best. But yeah, we've hello Joe! Oh gosh, you can. It starts off with a bit of a bang, this game, doesn't it? I mean, unfortunately, I knew just due to, as I say, seeing stuff online, that's where that sequence goes, but even knowing that, it's pretty shockingly violent, isn't it? I assume this was probably M-rated. As I say, this didn't get released over here. I don't know why, really. The sequel, which was on the PS1 as well, did a couple of years later, which apparently, I don't know, I get the impression this is the kind of franchise they got this one right with the first game. People generally don't seem to be keen on the second game, or the weird kind of sort of third game, sort of reboot that came out on PSP, which didn't have the name because this is actually based off a book. Weirdly enough, so it's technically a licensed game, but then I think they did enough of their own. This is borderline like a Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep to Blade Runner kind of adaptation. It's so fascinating, this game, that it's difficult to summarize, kind of, as I say, a horror RPG, which in itself is kind of curious. Okay, here we go. So yeah, we're an NYPD officer. It's quite a fair play. She still geared up, ready to be on the job, even just during the date night. And yeah, the music in this game, from the little I've heard, seems fantastic. It's by the Yoko Shimomura, I believe her name is. Street Fighter 2, Kingdom Hearts, lots of Mario RPGs. She's one of the all-time great game composers, and this seems to be a very good bit of work from her. He should be awakened. You see, I have no idea what that's referring to. If, well, neither desire, bless her. Perhaps understandably. Our cells are trying to commute. Oh god, this is Phantom Menace, isn't it? Oh god, is our midichlorian count really high? Oh god, Yoda's gonna freak. Oh my gosh! Oh, okay. So we're right into this has got to be a battle we lose, hasn't it? There's no way this is going to be one we actually... Uh-oh. Oh, we're not going to burn alive, are we? Well, that's trouble then. Just as I thought. Yeah, I honestly, I don't even know the plot synopsis of this game, so I have no idea. But I can at least surmise that, again, it's a bit like the Final Fantasy battle systems on this day, where we've got to wait for an active time meter, that blue one in the top left corner. We've got to wait for that to fill up. Poor. So when she's in the next conversation about the worst date she ever had, this is... I'm assuming she doesn't have much competition for this night, does she? Oh gosh. So, some sort of shared history between these two. Either possibly being amnesiac or... Oh gosh. Oh, maybe a bit Silent Hill, actually, which came out after this, I think, in terms of traumatized, repressed childhood through a bizarre potential cult. And Final Fantasy victory music. Gosh. It's pretty fascinating, isn't it? Oh, she's yucking it up. She looked like she was on a pulley and someone just moved her along there. What have I got? There we go. What's this? I need a slider whistle sound that they're ready for. Bits like that. Oh god, was it? I always get the order of that song wrong, Chris. Is it Hoodoo? You do. Remind me of the odds. The wordplay is so clever in that. It's so clever that I can never get it right when I try and quote it. That particular Labyrinth song. It's a sequel. It's a sequel to the book, is it, Kraken? Yeah, it's. I know you don't really need to have this kind of stand on its own. At least I get that impression. I don't think you need to have read the book necessarily. This is one of the complaints I saw people make online, that our character's running speed is quite slow. I'll try, you know, I'm having to let the atmosphere soak in, so I'll try not to fast forward too much. Although I have seen people say, suggest you do grind maybe a little bit at the end of this, so might be something to consider. Sorry, I'm quite behind on chat. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's right, Amadeus. Yeah, yeah, she did Mario RPG and then like Super Mario RPG on the SNES, Yoko Shimomura, and I think she did every Mario and Luigi. Yeah, that's. I don't think she did Paper Mario, but otherwise she's basically worked on most, if not all, of the other Mario RPGs. It seems like. Yeah, but like again, just Street Fighter 2 soundtrack, that alone cements her amazing legacy. And I didn't know before this she did this soundtrack as well for this, so it's quite exciting to see that. Hiya, Falsey. We're very early in. we've done one battle that was kind of part of the story sequence. Oh. That's quite funny. So we've actually got the Final Fantasy glove hand cursor as part of. That's so strange to see that in a game that seems to share some Final Fantasy DNA, granted, but yeah, I guess we'll jump in. So yeah, we are very early, Falsey. I hope you're well, Falsey. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Oh, fair play. Well, I'm trying to think how. I read varying reports on how long this game is. Very good, Cricket. Very good, Cricket. Oh, sorry to hear. Hopefully, an obscure, well, relatively obscure. I think it did sell well in America and Japan, but hopefully an older horror RPG for the 90s can help cheer you up. Oh no, not a laughing child. A disappearing one as well. I see something like that, I think of the one that kicks the key away from you in Silent Hill 2. The frustrating section. But yeah, I knew I wanted to do at least one older game for during this month, and it was either this or a Japan-only SNES game called Clock Tower. I might still do Clock Tower also. There are actually quite a few older horror games I still want to get to. There's the there's that NES one that inspired Resident Evil. Oh gosh. See, it's pretty good CG for 98. I mean, this game was 98, so I don't know if FF7 would have been absolutely out everywhere, but it probably established their success enough that they could probably put a good bit of money. Oh gosh. See, I told you this was horror. Excellent. So the game does kind of. Wait, hold on. Shit, how do I? No. So yeah, from what, as I understand it, we move about during combat. So it's kind of it's a bit of action. An action film, which is pretty interesting. Oh, nice, we get ammo as well. Cool. Yeah, so there's actually... I've seen footage of this before. I did see the character running about the... fair question. Yeah, I don't think I realised there was as much of an action thing as that, so that's interesting. Like, I'm guessing there was probably some Resident Evil influence in it. I mean, certainly the... I mean, Square were using pre-rendered backgrounds anyway for their games by this point. But these are very Resident Evil style. Shots. Oh, good. Oh, gee, I wonder if those two are going to stay completely... completely still doing this sequence. But yeah, this has been one that I've wanted to get to for a while. I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying this has never been released over here at all, like, not even on the PlayStation Network, unfortunately. As I said, this is another weird case like we did with both the Mega Man Legends games, where this is basically the file for this game from, oh my god. Oh wow. The poor lad thought we were robbing him. God, that's how I was dressed for my last job interview. The only staff were allowed in. How did he not hear what was going on upstairs? Oh lord. Maybe he does know more than he's letting on. Uh-oh. Yeah, maybe we should have let him go off on his own. Yeah, so we're kind of... yeah, fair play to Ayashi, as I say, where this was just a date night for her with some schmuck, which... if nothing else, after the horrible events that happened, at least he's gone. Yeah, I would like to get to... Clock Tower seems very, very quite, maybe exploitation cinema? Well, maybe not quite, but it's perhaps... I think it's a bit more outright slasher movie than maybe this is. And it's obviously quite an early example of certainly a console horror game. And thankfully there are fan translations out for it. I don't know how long Clock Tower would be as well. The only thing that did worry me with it, I believe it's a point-and-click kind of game. I don't know if it supports the SNES mouse. I've seen footage of people moving the cursor around with like the D-pad, which is always a little funky, isn't it? Yeah, Clock Tower's confusing because I believe there was a PS1 game that I think was a remake of that SNES, what I'm talking about, but... Oh no, I think there's a game called Clock Tower on the PS1, which may or may not have come out over here, but was actually Clock Tower 2, technically. It's all very... The most famous thing about that series is like the kind of Jason Voorhees-esque character is like a small... I can't remember if he's wearing the mask. Basically, he's got big scissors, and he's trying to mess your day up with said scissors. It's a very quiet sounder. Yeah, it just goes into the ambience, doesn't it? Oh, nice. Yeah, this is very, they didn't try, but this is one of those games that, or stories that retrospectively has just become a period piece. It kind of was when it released. I mean, right early... Oh, sorry, Aya. Right early on, we saw Christmas 1997 right on the screen. I think we've got Resident Evil style item boxes as well, it looks like. Actually, yeah, we so would it be worth me... Wait, so... So wait, have I put that in, or...? Oh, I see, when I do that, I take it out. Well, I think I do. Yeah, I mean, this was 98, same year as Resident Evil 2, so they probably wouldn't have taken inspiration from that, but obviously the first one was, the first Resident Evil was 96, I'm pretty sure, so you could definitely see a bit of that in theirs. It's interesting, because you don't really think of, I can't immediately think of another Square horror game. I mean, a lot of big games will have like scary bits in them, but I can't think of much in the... Like, even if you go to the EDOS or IDOS side of Square, which they've owned for quite a while now, I don't even know if they kind of use item. Yeah, you will. You'll very kindly be patient with me. I don't really completely know what I'm doing. Wait, did I just use the key there? We are going into this quite blind, so I don't think anyone goes into these streams expecting speedrunner pace, but... Well, fair play, Mirror. I understand that wasn't completely easy to do back in this era, so... You got a working mirror. And, simply... nothing to... Oh, no, okay, there we are. Christmas show is set. This has been my dream. Oh gosh. Ah. Ugh. I'll even sell my soul to the devil if I have to. Bless. I swear I've heard that page turning sound effect as well. I don't know if that's a stock sound effect or something similar. It's it might be the Resident Evil actually. I think I'm overdoing it. Oh gosh. What is this nebulous medicine she's taking? I'll be very specific on that. Oh gosh. It's like that Resident Evil 1 diary entry where they become more of a zombie than they're saying itchy ... tasty by the end of it. But this time getting really passing out by doing operatic singing and performing. Oh, the PS1 version was a re-release. Oh, nice pasties. Thanks for even knowing that or looking it up. I choose to believe you had that knowledge to hand. But nah, thanks, man. Yeah, I can't remember when they bought them. That's why the Square, you see Square Enix on like Tomb Raider games or they published Batman Arkham Asylum actually, weirdly. Not the rest of them, because then Warner Brothers games became a thing, but yeah, that's why they've put all, like, Deus Ex has their name on it as well. But that's obviously, I assume they at least have, they don't really have anything to do with, like, the Japanese side of Square. Oh gosh. So yeah, this is very Resident Evil as well. Reading diary entries, pertaining to a bit of a grisly situation. Yeah, it's always quite a poignant mix, isn't it, if you have a spooky story take place at Christmas. That's it's always weirdly conflicted emotion-wise, isn't it? Rehearse key, cool. Yeah, so again, you wouldn't immediately looking at this, you're not thinking RPG, I imagine, right? It's quite there we go. Of course, the best place for ammo, right? Good old cupboard in the wall. Okay, one thing that is worrying me a little bit, the game doesn't seem to be very sensitive in terms of where you can press the accept button to search. Like, that was a bit finicky, so I'm worried I'm going to miss stuff easily. Yeah, Joe, it's quite funny because I think the way they do mirrors in games, well, I mean, perhaps not surprisingly, but that has changed over the years. And I think back in this day, they would just render the character model again on the other side. But where have we just gone out? Oh, I guess we have. But I think these days they have some sort of, I don't know, shader or something similar to make that work a bit more easily. Yeah, it's certainly not been attempted much, Kraken. Yeah, I'm kind of curious how. I feel like the horror might be more of the theme or the story than the. Oh gosh. Oh, she's not on the Mario 64 piano on that scary level, I hope. She's gonna bite her head off. No. Nucleic domination has finally come to... Yeah, I believe there is a bit of a biological aspect to some of the things that drive the plot in this, so it doesn't have time for it, perhaps understandably. Oh, good. Oh my lord. Oh, there's exclamation mark laugh 8 or whatever it is. It's again. Damn it, Phantom Menace has ruined that word for me. I cannot take mitochondria seriously. Oh, gosh darn it. Cool design though. Oh, well. Odd, sort of a matching hairstyle, hair and dress style there, isn't it? So I have no idea how I'm going to avoid those laser shots there. So yeah, it's quite interesting this. It's oh, damn it, we almost avoided that. Problem is that's quite a tricky way we might be dead. Oh good. Use item. Oh, we've even got the healing sound effect from Final Fantasy. It didn't differentiate this too much, they did a good bit, but... Yeah, it's a bit weird, that laser attack. So it looks like we could dodge... We could, like, weave in between the middle parts of it, but... Oh, there we go. But it's a bit difficult to... based on the perspective, really. God, it's such a... Tell your mitochondria is completely through. There's been one kind of sentiment we've heard a lot from Maya. It's basically WHAT in very big lettering. Yeah, kind of reasonably, really. I'm suspecting, I don't know if this is one of the, this might not be like, this might be one of those cases of the translation's probably not amazing in this. Seems a bit on the nose, isn't it? I mean, that might be part of the original script, but I think of like Final Fantasy VII had a pretty dodgy translation with some awkward sentences, a lot of mistakes in it. This might be a bit better than that, but it might still be a little... Like, when you get to like Final Fantasy IX, that's when they've really stepped up. Like, that game's incredibly well localized. Yeah, it's funny, because Finta, this reminded me of Silent Hill as well. Like, there's bits in Silent Hill where you jump down a hole you don't really want to. But I'm pretty sure Silent Hill was 99, I think? At the very least, it was contemporary of this, so... So if anything, that certain things in Silent Hill are more Parasite Eve-esque, then that'd be the other way around, wouldn't it? And yeah, for those who didn't see earlier, I'll... sorry, I promise I wouldn't go on about this, but we're doing a weird thing with this, just in case it crashes, but we're actually... Basically, we're rendering this at a higher resolution and then, like, dropping it all the way down, because otherwise... It looks like that, like you notice how her character model looks a lot more kind of serrated, which isn't too bad. I mean, the thing with this game, it's got low resolution backgrounds, like quite a few games from this era. And we can render that at a higher resolution, but then that kind of jars with the background a bit, so I actually really like this solution this emulator has. Where it just sort of takes off some of the hard edges there, while also not making them look so pristine that she doesn't look like she's on the same plane as the background. Okay, so we need to change weapon quite badly. Change weapon. Oh shit, we must need to heal. God, gosh, I really should have put that medicine in the Phantom Menace view. Joe. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think I gave any indication I'd be playing this at all, so... I mean, there was another game I was looking at called Detention, which I still do want to play. There we are. Actually, if I can, I should probably use this melee weapon. Certainly against little grunts like that. Well, we did get lots of ammo there, so that's cool. Yeah, well, see, that's the funny thing, Cricket. You know when Jeff streams the Final Fantasy VIII Remaster, you know, like he's like streaming it at a lower resolution and such. I think it actually ends up looking probably a little similar to this in a way, like where suddenly it all gels together a bit better. At least on watching the stream side, but yeah, it's a really difficult thing to know how to solve, unfortunately. It's so difficult for, you know, games that weren't designed to be seen on the kind of displays we have now. You get that, you might get that a little bit with games with just outright mostly 3D visuals and backgrounds, but... Oh, you bugger. Okay, yeah, I need to shoot that one. And... so I might have made a huge mistake here, where... Oh no, okay, we can heal. Oh, cool. Oh, thank God. Oh no, whatever meter we use to use those, I don't know if that stands for Parasite Eve, but... we could use that to do basically spells. Whatever the equivalent of that would be in the game's lore and whatnot. Yeah, I wanted to see if I could get away with just using the melee attacks, but not really. Ah, this is a bit of a bugger of a... It's quite nice in the way we can actually dodge it. We can dodge enemy attacks relatively. And actually, again, that feels like more of a maybe like the Mana games, like Secret of Mana and whatnot, where we're kind of in an action context, but we're waiting for meters to fill up. And that's great in this way, because we can... it means we've always really got a health spell we can rely on in time, so I like that. There we go. Now, I suppose, maybe unlike other horror games, it doesn't seem like you're... It feels like we're reasonably incentivized to go into combat, because we actually do get ammo and whatnot from them. It's not like a Resident Evil thing where sometimes you want to avoid combat if you're not going to get anything from it and you're low on resources. Oh gosh. Yeah, the music's excellent in this, isn't it? As I say, I had no idea who the composer was, so when I found out, I was like, oh, it's the woman who did like Street Fighter 2 and stuff. And Kingdom Hearts and whatnot. Oh, that's really stupid on my behalf. See if I can, I don't know how much we need to conserve ammo, but I'll see if I can, this is a really cool combat system, man. I really do like this. As I said, I only had a vague idea of what I was going into with this. I was looking up like how difficult this game's meant to be and whatnot, if I'm gonna need a guide and whatnot, and it seems like it's quite, it seems like it's fairly linear and straightforward, which, might have been a bit weird for a Squaresoft game at the time, actually, but... Again, this game does seem really cool in how experimental it's, like, it's got a lot of Squaresoft DNA in it from that time, but it's still very much doing its own thing. Might as well see if I can... This is, yeah, again, it's kind of weird for a horror game, but it's basically one you can grind in. So I'm sort of thinking, is it worth us trying to... It's kind of fishing for a fight there, but... Oh, Parasite Eve came out in March 98 and Silent Hill January 99. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so they were a bit apart. Let's have a look. Electronic dance music. It's a cool little groovy battle tune, isn't it? Boop boop. Like that sort of that weird mix of crying, but like a jaunty little jog. Not quite a skip, but. Oh gosh, we got very effective sound design here, and everyone's favourite game location, sewers! Oh wow, okay, so can I... Yeah, it's kind of curious this. The game doesn't really teach you how anything works, but to be fair, there is a tutorial on the title screen, which I did look through briefly. Oh, is that actually a fin where you... Oh, was that a valve, or...? Was that there before? Did that make that appear? Yeah, there's something I still love this aspect of older games, but you do actually get it in modern games here and there. Like, it hasn't completely gone away, but I like really good staging. I know the cliche word there to use is cinematic, but like it is like when you have like really kind of the game's dictated a very specific kind of camera angle for you that helps elevate a certain mood or point out certain things in the environment that if you had complete control of the camera you might not immediately be privy to. It's kind of why I'm one of those people. I still like how the classic Resident Evils play and whatnot. Like, I don't mind that. Yeah, I was at least looking it up a bit, Jar. As much as I love old games, a lot of them you do have to... You can't always go into them blind. They're not always that friendly. This one doesn't seem too bad on that way. Is this the way we went? Oh god, maybe in Taft. Well, if we get another battle here, I wouldn't mind, because we will, do a bit of a grinder. But yeah, exactly, Joe. It works so well for horror games in particular, yeah. I think it's just always, it's always a little tricky to, handle controls via that way. This does actually, weirdly, I believe the second game, which from what I understand takes on a bit more of a Resident Evil playstyle, like actually quite a bit more than this, that has tank controls, but we actually have direct control here, like, I'm moving the analog stick down, up, left, right, like, it's not, I guess it doesn't seem, you're not changing camera angles maybe as frequently as you would in the Resident Evil games, so maybe they can afford to do that, because you sometimes get the problem with that kind of control scheme in a game like this. Where if you change camera angle often you get disorientated easily. That's when it actually does make sense to do tank controls, as maybe divisive as they might be. Oh, I did a really stupid mistake there, actually. Shouldn't have used that. Okay, can I remove that? No. Basically, I just equipped my current handgun with a power-up to make room in my inventory. And then we got something better anyway. I'm sure I saw it. Oh yeah, there we go. Sorry, now we're going at a bit of a glacial pace here. I knew I saw a treasure chest from up above. Okay, well at the very least I can probably fairly safely equip sorry, which is the one I've got? Oh, it's that one I've got equipped. Okay. Yeah, we've got fairly I'm most conscious of the streams I do when I'm playing a game similar to others that I keep saying, like, whatever that game is, ... but the phrase like Resident Evil will come up a lot here. Kind of like with Lone Survivor and Silent Hill is often referenced there. Yeah, I love this battle theme, man. It's not very spooky, really, but that's okay. Again, this might be more of a... like, a sequence like this is probably not gonna... make one uneasy in the way, say, Bits doing Little Nightmares did. It's a different kind of horror game, I think. You walk around tank controls yourself. Well, the funny thing is, you know, we were talking about the N64 port of Resident Evil 2 the other day. That actually does have an option for direct analog controls. Which is cool, but you do quickly realise... I mean, they do try and make it work as much as they can, basically, whatever... If you're, say, holding down and you move camera angle... how do I explain this? You'll still be facing the way down would have taken you on the previous screen, even if that's now going left, say, on the next one. So they try and make it work as much as possible so you're not like just immediately turning as soon as you go into a different camera angle. But it obviously can get pretty disorientating. I think they gave that option like the ports of Resident Evil, the GameCube remake of Resident Evil 1 and 0 as well on modern consoles and PC, which again kind of has the same thing, but I think that might be a way to play with both the tank controls and that control scheme. So actually that might be, you could maybe do a bit of both really, like maybe use the direct controls in combat, but just use the tank controls for exploration. Oh god. People have definitely done skits, haven't they, of like walking like people do in Resident Evil. Yeah, the translation's a little funky, and like they probably should maybe be using a few more synonyms here, not always saying. We're seeing a lot of the same phrases again and again, and maybe it's helped to vary that up a bit. Oh gosh. It's the Pyromaniac's dream, this game. Yeah, they are kind of touching the fact that we didn't burn alive in that theatre. I mean, neither did our date. Yeah, it's a bit on the nose, this script. Yeah, mitochondria, well, they've always known. Oh, Eve. You're so maniacal. Off she goes. She got a hole in her abdomen. Oh my gosh, she's Terminator 2 Terminator. Ah. Well, I'm glad Robert Patrick still got work after T2. Speaking of, are you guys fussed about that upcoming Terminator film? It seems a bit more promising than, like, every other Terminator film after the second one, but I don't know, I can't bring myself to be that fussed about it, really. I still don't really feel anything's needed after the second Terminator. Oh, 2 targets. I'm glad they're getting clarified that, because okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure, I suppose we could do a bit of both, actually. Oh gosh. Look at that run animation! Oh gosh. Oh, actually, that might be an idea. Let's try scanning. Oh, I love these. Oh, good, that was useful. Oh, easily tranquilized. Sensitive to heat. I don't know if any of that's that relevant to us right now, really. I don't think we've really got much to take advantage of that. But yeah, it's a really cool game, this, isn't it? It's the kind of one I probably never would have gone around to. Well, I might have done, but it would have taken me a while to get to if it wasn't for streaming, so quite grateful for that. Okay, the tail seems to be a bit weaker. I have got a melee attack as well, and there's always the temptation to oh gosh. Yeah, to try and preserve ammo, there's always that temptation. Oh. Well, what would he change that time? Just add a different camera angle. Oh, I see. I guess we've killed the quote-unquote tail? Okay, so we're obviously meant to go for that first, then. And yeah, typical Square, very good quality character models and whatnot this time. Oh, the music's so good as well, isn't it? I'm kind of, just yet another case of me struggling with audio balance. I'm trying to, forgive me if the game volume's a bit inconsistent, I keep tweaking it. So I'm never quite sure if it's where it should be. Every other line is a contender for the no context thread. Yeah, I don't. It seems like Prime Mega 64 fodder, doesn't it, Jara? Like a tank controls thing. I can't think if they've done one. Sorry, that's me hitting my microphone. I know they've definitely done Parappa the Rapper. Gosh, that was an interesting one. Oh, nice. We got better armor. It looks like. Yeah, this game's cool as hell, man. And it does, unfortunately, I understand the sequels kind of ruined this a bit, like, especially the third one, in what sounds like a very Other M style, but she does seem like a very strong female protagonist as well. It certainly seems to, when I was reading up on this was certainly one that they kind of celebrated, but with a bit of a sad tone, because they do, like, sexualize her more in really tacky ways down the line, apparently, and make her less interesting. As I say, Other M. It seems just right nice, Jara, yeah. And yeah, this is, I mean, I suppose the Final Fantasy games of this period, they were often incorporating technology a lot, where you could, I think there were, like, TV news reporters in FF8, actually. But it's still not always the kind of thing I associate with Square game, this kind of thing, so it's quite interesting. Carnegie Hall, yeah, so this is very NYC, and I believe we do go through Central Park at some point. You're the... Oh, cheers, mate. I'm completely in the right headspace for this. Till now, this combustion theory has been acknowledged only by occult enthusiasts. This incident happened to take place on Christmas. Oh, it's Christmas Eve. Oh, there we go. This is the Batman Returns of Square RPGs, I guess. Or the Batman Arkham Origins, even. There's quite a few Batman stories that take place at Christmas. I would like to represent the citizens of the city and... Yes! And again, go on. Let me have one more. Sorry, I'm such a child. So good! Oh, sweet, sweet, deserved karma. Get the feeling we're not meant to like that, reporter. Cheers, Dan. Oh, there we go. See, I'm sorry, I don't mean to go on about this, but just out of curiosity, I thought this is going to look like a bad movie special effect if we do this. Well, it's not too bad, actually. It's pretty reasonable. I mean, it's a bit hokey in that we like when you get a green screen car effect in the movie. Oh, it's not too bad. I'm being mean. Other End was a solid horror game. I do remember having good atmosphere at points, to be fair. Joe. Oh man. They did make another Metroid. They made Federation Force. And then Samus Returns, but who cares, Federation Force. I mean, to be fair, I mean, he wasn't asked, that boyfriend, but I'd probably do the same. Well, no, I would like just trip over and faint. Okay, yeah, no, to be fair, fuck that guy. Poor Arya. I blame lots of badly aged rom-coms telling men that if they say no, just keep trying. Bad lesson, lads, don't take it. I don't know, was opera the in thing in the 90s? Were they capitalising on that? She seems a bit, I mean, she's obviously probably a bit distant after all the hell that's just happened, but she did seem quite distant at the start of the game as well. Go on to this case. I mean, it would explain her coming like ready to be on duty under their circumstances. Aww. Okay, I'm not very... Can Daniel be home with his son for Christmas Day at least? Yeah, I hope you don't mind me not reading everything out. I'll kind of give context, for I know some of you might just be listening to this, but I just can't act every line out. I don't have the acting range. It just gets very cringeworthy very quickly. If it's like a diary sort of... If it's like a diary entry or something like that, that's not too bad. Good lad, Daniel. The problem is I tend to like the characters in horror or other similar pieces of media who end up dying, so... That could not happen with Daniel, that'd be great. It all started with this incident. 6 days that were to become a nightmare for all. People will eventually forget and go on with their lives. But I will never forget it. It was pure terror, but it was also 6 days filled with familiar memories. That's not a bad job of rendering. I mean, it's obviously if you look closely, and the Statue of Liberty is kind of amusingly, very obviously a cardboard sprite. But yeah, if Daniel dies, I'm going to be very sad, so that means he is going to, isn't it? I probably did watch it's the Stop Skeletons from Fighting Channel. He used to take on kind of a different persona, and he reviewed all 3 of these games. I did watch his review of this, and he probably did spoil some stuff in that I've since forgotten. So by and large, I really don't know what to expect with this. Actually, I think if I remember, I think he said the game slows down quite a bit for the next hour or so. So, look forward to that. Heck of a work ethic on that. So I did that there's a bit of a detective slant to this as well. I mean, obviously we're police officers. It's set up quite a few mysteries on that. ESP. Oh, better sidearm. Can we get a Buster Sword? Or a Gunblade? Yeah, so it's kind of interesting this. This is, again, perhaps like your typical Square soft setting, but I think I'm right in saying there's aspects of this that were some of the initial ideas they can see for Final Fantasy VII. Like, I think it was going to be sort of a police in New York kind of thing. Final Fantasy VII originally. Obviously, that's not what it came out to be at all, so I don't know if it's like they took a very loose framework from that, but then went in a completely different direction, or like I can't really think of any aspects of that you'd recognise in FF7, so maybe they just scrapped it completely. Obviously, literally, it's not that. I just mean that figuratively, they took anything from that. So yeah, it's quite cool. They ended up using that for its own IP. I suppose you get cases of that. It's not an exact parallel, but I suppose it's a bit like how Devil May Cry was a Resident Evil game originally, and then they let it become its own thing. Hiya, Danny! It does look like the Streets of Rage. You are right, yeah. Oh, it didn't tell us what, like, I want every game to have the Streets of Rage intro, where they tell us, like, the characters' like, interests and whatnot. I wonder if they're into, bonsai or whatever it was. It kind of gave us that with Aya. It told us her occupation and, her age. I want to know what her hobbies are. Does she like Seinfeld? That was on around this time. Oh yeah, we got a great little soundtrack going on here, haven't we? I feel terrible. I don't know what he means by ESP. Is that a really obvious thing that I'm very stupidly forgetting? I just keep putting appending N at the end of that. How are we supposed to deal with something like that? Might want to change that to an I believe you when you're directly talking to me. Just repeating the lines from the previous dialogue on there. Way, there's a we were talking about CRTs earlier. Look at that beast. I bet that's like 5 times the weight of my 40-inch TV. It'll be like a 12-inch monitor or something. PSP horror, yeah. It's a Virtual Boy in Luigi's Mansion 3, isn't there, I believe? So they've gone from Game Boy Color, or Game Boy Horror, to... I can't remember what the DS equivalent was called in Luigi's Mansion 2, but that was basically the original Model DS, wasn't it, that he had? he's quote-unquote been upgraded to a Virtual Boy. Lucky Luigi, I'm jealous, I want to work in Virtual Boy. There aren't, like, Virtual Boys are expensive and they fail easily, so there aren't that many working ones. Actually, fair shout, I don't think we did get some new armour. There we are. So yeah, as I said, I'm hoping maybe we can get this finished in... What? No, I need to throw. I'm hoping I can get this in 4 streams, maybe. I'd like to at least do another horror game along with this, but I'm not completely sure how that will pan out. Maybe do one more on Steam along with this as well. I was kind of weighing that up a little bit, whether I do just a few more small horror games or this and another one. And I don't know, when I started like just trying this out on RetroArch for the hell of it and reading up on it, I just got more and more... I was kind of reminded why I wanted to play this in the first place. And it's quite nice to get an older game in there as well, isn't it? In this bizarre little horror-themed month of streaming we've done. Eddie. Oh, I love that. We have got someone on the force called Eddie. I almost feel like they should have just all had Japanese names to make it strange, but nah, I got Eddie on the case. Oh, ooh, wow! Oh, fair play. Oh! Talking of like needing the slide whistle. That's pretty cool, actually, isn't it? So, it's probably a bit too early to have like an overworlds of New York to explore. But that's okay. Yeah, sorry about that thing at the bottom of the screen. I don't know what that is. I noticed that on something similar to that on Crash Team Racing, actually. As in PS1 Crash Team Racing, when I've emulated that on here. I don't know if that's something weird from the... As I say, this being the PlayStation Network, the file from the PlayStation Network. Thank you. Oh, I love this. I love kind of a claustrophobic camera shot like that. Oh, is that the Capcom one, Jara? Yeah, that's the one with like they're like weird little cuboid people, aren't they? Yeah, I have seen footage of that. I think I remember seeing footage of that when they came out, and oddly, that one didn't come out in America, I believe. There's a really good video on the Did You Know Gaming channel about that. It's actually based on a weird, technically an anime series, although it's not the kind of anime you might think of. Typically, kind of a curious one. And Wayne, can you kindly get stuffed, sir? I agree, are ya? Not cool in the workplace. That's okay. Can we please give Wayne shit? Yes, thank you.
Even the mighty Ramses is taking me for a wimp, asking me to battle with a girl.
Hey, just cut the conversation and watch out for my whip.
Some of that gender politics there, and idiots like you are the... Oh gosh, we get into you're far from ready to be hunted. Oh gosh, we got a bit of gosh, that's ever prescient even to this day, isn't it? talk of gun control. I like our ponytail friends, yeah, he seems to know what's up. Well, the only problem is I see that name and I want to say Torres. Well, I thought Tories, but I think it is Torres, thankfully. Call someone Tories, what a horrible thing. Oh my gosh! I tell you, those numpties who yell about, I don't want politics in my game, oh god, they'd be hating this. But we're not arsehatts, so we're not hating this. Aww. Poor lads. Okay, Wayne is gonna be. Sorry, I'm a bit acerbic these past few minutes. I was about to say, oh, Wayne's finally being useful. So we're gonna leave. Yeah, so we can leave. Yeah, so we'll leave our vest. Yeah, we'll leave that one. We don't need that. There we go. Well, how's that? Wait, how does this work? How do we? Oh, I see. That's the two. That okay. So range. Sorry, bear with me as I figure this menu out. Wait, so is that the? Okay, yeah, that's got to be the item crate. Cool. But I thought that was okay. Actually, can we? This might be a bit of a bit of a shame because I'm going to move that gun, but it's got 4 bullets in it still, which I would like to use if ammo is going to be a bit of a low resource in this. Probably should actually. Hopefully, we can move some more stuff. Got the assault rifle. Oh, it's showing the mod permit. Oh gosh. Yeah, I have read actually. The big thing in this game is you really want to upgrade your weapons more so than your actual personal stats, which is kind of interesting. I'll pretend I know what I'm doing. I almost certainly don't. But yeah, how have you all been today? Danny, you alright? Thanks so much for coming in. Cricket, how was work today? And Pasties, I'm glad you're better off the flu earlier. And Amadeus, I guess I'm addressing everyone in a very creepy manner now, but Amadeus, you said you remembered aspects. Did you, forgive me, you might have said, I might have missed it. Have you know of this game then as well? So I know it's one of the big celebrated Square ones. This is real. I'm wait. Like this bit is really. I'm completely with a man whose name I'm mispronouncing on. Yeah, don't let the guns own you. Well, this feels a bit radical for 98. I mean, it's probably still seen as radical now, but it shouldn't be. Use your tool to tune up your guns range. Yes, there's, as you say, John, there's a whole lot to tweak here. Oh, the game is actually telling us this stuff. Use the tool item. You get like this stuff gets me worried about. I'm like, oh no, am I gonna bungle this up? But I think it'll be too. It wasn't your worst day of work, reckon. Yeah, I was thinking that, Joe, because this came out in 2010. No, sorry, this came out in 1998, obviously, and then it was 2010 when it was released again on the PlayStation Network. And it's almost been as long since it was released on the PlayStation Network to today, as it had been between the game's original release and its PlayStation Network release. If I worded that not confusingly. It's a bit wild to think about, isn't it? Moving that to the... Okay, yeah, that's a little... I did read about that, it's a bit strange. If you remove... So if you put an effect on a weapon or armour, if you remove that, the equipment will disappear. Gosh, I hope I... Golf, did they throw the coffee in anyone's direction? Particularly yours, Cricket? Okay, so we can, sorry, I hope this hasn't been too dull between menu sorting and we've not even had any music here as well, unfortunately. Stores, oh god, that's quite good, the revive. Move that in. Probably remove the the cure P, which I feel like if this was localized like a year or so later than it was, that probably would just be antidote. It should be better, really. I probably don't need those by this point. I hope I don't regret that. There we go, yeah, we're fairly limited on inventory space. Wait, actually, so there's an option to discard junk. Move that there. Oh, good, Cricket. I was like, God, if that was piping hot, that might not end very well. Okay, now we don't have junk. This game qualifies junk. There we go. Okay, we should probably start happening again. Sorry, as I say, this isn't too... Okay, I think we can go with that for now. What got them so angry? So that's interesting, we need permits. Those are the best kind of RPGs where you need permits to do anything. That's relatable. Okay, so we'll store the medicine. We could probably just, yeah. I might be being overly precious with what I am moving in and out the inventory, but I just know how this kind of game goes when you've got limited inventory. And how so often you really are hurting for inventory space. Like, I'm thinking of both a number of horror games, and also the Mother game is kind of curious, though. Especially Earthbound, that one I really struggled with. Doggos! Look at them swindle on the spot like they're... Oh, my best buds. German shepherds, they look like? They are very good boys and no girls. Yeah, no worries, parents. Thanks so much for coming in. I'm so glad you got the bloom sorted on that. That sounded horrendously irritating. What you were dealing with on that, so I'm very glad you got that sorted. As I say, that is on the to-do list, Deadly Premonition. It might not be played until another year now if I generally do horror stuff in October. I don't know if that'll be exclusively, but I certainly probably, once the month is done and we've done our final Halloween game. It'll probably be a while before I go on to horror again, I would have thought. It's the kind of song I could fall asleep to, you know, it's it's such a good tune for like a base of operations, as we're in here. I suppose we can do, I always like to think of this as a power fantasy when we're emulating the PS1 game, and we just have all the memory card space in the world, so we're gonna abuse it. It's not like a precious thing of like, oh, we've run out of blocks and you might have to make room for that, or... Because I think PS1 memory cards, were they like 1 megabyte, I think? Oh, good, Peds. I'm glad to hear. I don't know if it was written with that in mind. Hello, child. Oh. Oh, it's a sub! Oh. Oh, it's like it's every 90s family movie where, well, it's not really, because for it to be the ultimate trope, it would be the dad promising they're going to make it to, I don't know, the child's karate graduation or whatever, but then they don't make it because they're a bad dad, but then they are a good dad at the end. But no, he's actually just saying up for oh. And to be fair, oh well, I mean, he's obviously young. Look at how indignant he is. Oh. Basically, Peds, yeah, we've just had stuff go bonkers in that theatre. Ah. Oof. Oof. Oh, poor Aya, she was only trying to help. But then poor Daniel as well. Yeah, it's quite, quote-unquote, for want of a better way to put it, it's quite quote-unquote adult, this, isn't it? I don't mean in terms of, like, it being wildly M-rated, but... I did expect, strong words on the topic of gun control. And more than a few other, or like, implications of divorce like we got there. Pretty wild, isn't it? Sorry, Cricket, I did ask you then, I actually missed you all. What did you say they claim that they claim that you gave them a funny look and flicked their coffee. Oh. You don't have like rest and funny look face or anything, do you? Sorry, that's I suppose it's, gosh. It might have been in the kind of mindset where they would have seen what they were looking for to irritate them, unfortunately. Yeah, no worries, parents. I'll probably end up braiding you. It depends on how the timing works out. Of course, the clocks go back tonight, don't they? So technically, I can stream until 2 AM, like the running gag, but it'll actually be 1 AM. How does time work? Brilliant. Yeah, the funny thing is, when I last worked in retail, it was only for like a Christmas job, a few months in Tesco. I don't know what I obviously got some sort of favour from a previous life. I didn't really have any terrible customer experiences, and that was like during Christmas. We did a Black Friday as well. I don't know. I don't understand what pagan god decided to help me out during that period, but I mean, I probably, after hearing so many horror stories of retail, just absolutely assumed the worst, and like magnets, yeah. I think that was the phrase I was thinking of, yeah. Oop. Oh, sorry. Let me, times like that I like having rewinds. You met Daniel's son, right? Daniel divorced his wife last year. This was before you were assigned here. Oh, so we've not been here shy of a year then. Oh. Very happy stuff. I hope you don't mind how much this has slowed to a crawl. I'm digging it, honestly, I don't mind, but I hope that's not too... I mean, it's kind of... I mean, I like that the game didn't start with this, though. It's quite cool that it started in such a quick manner, and then it's kind of, cooled down to let this side happen. Let's go back to Carnegie Hall, shall we? Oh my god, that's... God, that swooping camera is pretty wild, isn't it? Sorry, lad. What are you taking out on me? What's your problem, mate? So yeah, on TV, you're from the 17th precinct, aren't you? Bloody, how tall is he? Good lord, look at that. Is that like Io is really short, he's really tall, or but look at that! Like, we barely come up to his torso. What on? Like 6 foot. Halfway between 6 and 7 foot? Bloody hell. Fair play. Yes, there might actually be no reason for us to come here then. Never mind. So I like this overall screen. It's so... This is a very ambitious thing to try and do with PS1 rendering tech. Like, you really see that with games of that generation whenever they try and do any kind of city. It's always such a difficult thing to render. That's why you get stuff like the Spider-Man game from this era, where they just kind of go, there's loads of fog everywhere, but that's like poisonous fog the villain's done. Like, they actually make it part of the story. So is that this is my fault. I can't. Oh, this Skeletor. Cool. I couldn't see your username because of the web I've put on there. It's completely my fault. Hello, Skeletor. You alright? I mean, it's like I was thinking of this in the Nightmare Before Christmas. Kind of vibe where it's sort of transitional between Christmas and Halloween. Like, Nightmare Before Christmas might be more explicitly so, really, but... yeah, it's always a very poignant way to go, I'm buying your story, Ida. Oh, here we are. I'm trying to think who he looks like. It feels like all of these characters are based on they're probably all based off like actors or things like that, aren't they? Press conference, you'll be on national TV. Oh gosh, we can have dialogue options for this. She'll go away around the cameras. Means you'll get Halloween and Christmas reruns. So you're saying this could be the work of a terrorist? That's what we currently speculate. How about accounts of officers and firemen at the scene burst into flames? Oh god, sorry. Let's get through that too quick. That was due to a rare. Oh, he's a pro, isn't he? How did Detective Breyer survive without so much as a minor burn? Aw. Well, it might not be true, but we come out looking pretty good with that, I'm asking. Oh god! That's not a reporter willing to. Oh gosh. Oh well, Baker's gonna be filled with us. Sorry. Yeah. Either a lack of poker face or a complete unwillingness to lie. Oh, we got a PR nightmare. Oh, poor Baker. But our experience is valid, Baker. Oh, weird. Oh, he's gonna be miffed, isn't he? You're a loose cannon, Breyer. Yeah, it's a police procedural mixed with a spooky biological supernatural horror shenanigans as well. Japanese scientist. Oh. Mitochondria. Is this a take a shot every time they mention mitochondria sort of thing? Within the cell that makes energy from oxygen. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as Daniel. Like, I guess I sat through biology GCSE and took in some of what they said. They all swivel on the spot in a very Resident Evil style way as well. It's like they're all on some sort of spindle, isn't it? The customer threw the coffee had made a recency of that. Oh, they were a repeat offender, Kraken. Oh gosh. Speaking to another shopkeeper, apparently they're like that, okay. So they don't discriminate in their curmudgeonly awfulness. So that's good. Yeah, funny thing, I saw people complain about Aya's quite slow running speed in this, which I can kind of get. It's not too bad in cramped environments like this. But I could see that getting irritating. So I assume he means out this way? Was that going to take us to them? Oh, I see. So we go. That reminds you of Broken Sword, or like that. Any of those kind of number of games where you get you don't so much get an overworld as a fancy map with a way to pick your location. It's quite neat, quite novel. I love these shots as well. I keep expecting it to be like the airplane gag where they keep making the background, the green screen background, more absurd. So yeah, there's quite a biological component to the story as well, it looks like. Oh dear. Could have a bit of an odd duck to interact with her. Live with hell, are you? Actually, yeah, I didn't even think of that, but yeah, good point. Hello, Chris, how you doing, man? Yeah, it's just a different atmosphere and tone from your typical Squaresoft game, this. No, wait a minute, actually speaking of Square now, look, there's a chocobo! That's totally a chocobo! On the front of the Natural Museum, look. It's a chocobo! Like right on the blue bit. Like I think it even says chocobo there. Yeah, look! Oh. Well, if there was any doubt over who made this, there you go. Yeah, it is quite cool, actually. There's obviously an element of quaintness to it. But it is cool. It's the sort of thing that must have seemed so... Again, that was kind of the... a sign of games being able to go through a remarkably engrossing cinematic presentation around that time period. Well, there's any doubt this came out in the 90s. We've got Dinosaur Talk. And we've got squelchy boots on, apparently. So yeah, I don't know if the game's going for more of a, like, just an investigative bit here. Maybe we'll get... This'll be a surprise dungeon in its own way. I thought it was holding the PlayStation Move controller then. Oh, is that what it... oh, right. I was like, wait, is that what it said? Chico? This is pretty creepy. Yeah, I can imagine museums. There's a lot of places like that. A lot of places you associate as being occupied with lots of people that just become very creepy when they're completely devoid of people, don't they? Obviously, amusement parks are right up there for that. Yeah, I probably wouldn't want to, you know, Ben Stiller it in a museum. So yeah, as I say, I hope we don't mind that the pace has slowed down. It doesn't bother me at all. I just don't know how how engaging that is. It's one of those games that brings out the streamer insecurity in me of how excited the fin it is to watch. Just that, yeah. Did they made 3 of those, right? Because I think the third one, it came out post. Oh god, I don't actually know how to pronounce this word. Posthumously, I think, posthumously. Gosh. But yeah, unfortunately, it came out like after Robin Williams passed, and it was like one of his final films, wasn't it? It's quite cool. They do like these, you know, the character models they to these little animations, but you do get ones like that where it's like that looked like more we were calling the waiter than we were writing on a notebook. Yeah, was the I remember it being like I know it was in like Explorer gear. It wasn't like no, it wasn't like Chris Columbus or something like that. I don't know, the movies I've kind of caught on TV here and there, they kind of pleasantly adequate, aren't they? Not like amazing, but you know, some creative stuff in them. Very good casts, obviously. Yeah, I definitely like lost any. I think generally the main cast was in all three. I think. I mean, I probably couldn't tell them apart from each other. Well, he's the Jurassic Park. He didn't say the magic word, didn't they? I love the oven bit hands of early 3D models like this. Like, they're a bit Lego handy, actually, aren't they? But no. I can barely read the text against that background, against the white background. Oh gosh, so oh, good clamp. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a good way to describe them, actually. They kind of go quite well at Christmas time, don't they? The suspect mentioned that the mitochondria would be set free. Now, do you? The suspect ignited people without laying a finger on them. Oh, yeah, this is totally take a shot every time they mention mitochondria, isn't it? Oh gosh! Don't you look at me like that! Oh well. Oh dear. Is it Chief Irons, I think, from Resident Evil 2, who's crazy and obsessed with all the biological terror stuff? That's what there's the... Alright, sir, this is an Arby's. Calm down, calm down. I'm just looking at you like, oh god. He's one of those sorts. You reply with him with a 5-worded tweet, and he replies back with a 50-tweet-long thread. Gosh. Are we getting all of this? I hope there won't be a test for this. Oh gosh. I don't know, I'm not a man of science or a man of anything remotely cultured. So sure, I'll buy it at face value. Gosh. I don't know, what if you like Control F mitochondria and did like replace all with like Mako energy from Final Fantasy VII? Maybe then you'd see like, oh yeah, these were kind of like some of the initial ideas they had for FF7. Gosh, I wonder how much of this is from the book. As I said, I believe this is I think Cricken said, someone said in chat this is the sequel to the book that this is all based on, but I think it's very loosely within that mythos. Like, it was a Japanese book that probably wasn't localized at the time, so it probably wouldn't have been known to the US market they sold this in. Kind of reminds me of the Zero Escape games, where they often go into like kind of bizarre scientific diatribes. Are you still stupid enough to say that? That's the talk of a sane person. Oh gosh. It's good exposition. Good creepy exposition music though, isn't it? For it's for weird unsettling. No, I get that stuff looks impenetrable, Cricket. At least this sort of seems to have some element of intrigue and some basis in reality. I assume with some liberties taken. See, like this, that's not. Oh, so 1987 has announced that the root of all humans can be traced to a single woman in Africa. Mitochondrial furries. The root of it all? Hey, it just woke up. Like, wait, what? What? That's a film I recognise. It's gonna look it up on 1998 Wikipedia. Actually, did Wikipedia? I was joking about that. I was like, well, this was a. Wikipedia has been around for a while. I don't know if it was 98 around enough for a while, but. I mean, I guess we're more informed somewhat. Oh, that's quite cool. We're gone to nighttime now. I love a cityscape at nighttime. That's always one of the coolest things to me. Oh my god, Daniel! Bloody hell, dude! What's the speed limit here, man? Dude, seriously. I know you're in a bit of a mood, but I don't think we should be going to triple-digit number of miles per hour. Look at the speed he's doing. Oh god, damn! Please. Bloody hell! I know, right? He wants to travel back through time, Doc Brown style, I think. What on earth? Just, I mean, they should have slowed that down a bit, maybe. Oh my lord. But I can't believe a road in New York City would be this long. They are quite long, so we'll go with that. Maybe, yeah, I don't know if I do that. No, I think it is like that. I suppose there's always the chance there could be an emulator film. I don't think it is. Because the game generally seems to run at 30 FPS, and it's doing it there with or without the overclock. The funny thing is, though, I noticed the city overworld bit. I think that takes the frame rate cap off, so that was like running at 40 or something when I was there just now. Wait, now we're going into turbo? What the hell were we in before then? I think we just went from like Mario Kart 150cc to 200cc, didn't we? Gosh. Oh, you've been engrossed in Fallout 76? Joe, I found a couple of new furniture. I love that you're really getting into the home improvement side of that. That's so neat, man. So now, gosh. I didn't mean that home improvement. I always like this sort of thing as well, when you keep going back to a central area, and there are characters who are there, they just get new dialogue every time. Oh, look, another mirror. Mirror hype. Yeah, I always like that in a game like this. I'm not used to it being a police station of all things, but... Oh, gosh. There you go, just raided other people's lockers. Hiya, Jeff! I think maybe if you just play it like an Animal Crossing home designing game like Jara is, that might be the best way to enjoy the game, it seems like. And maybe don't go for that, whatever that subscription thing is. Probably don't do that. Maybe that's just me, I don't know, but probably don't buy that. You probably don't need that. But perhaps I'm being presumptuous. How you doing, Jeff? How you getting on with Outer Worlds, man? Actually, speaking of Fallout, you'd probably like that game Outer Worlds Pasties, the one that just came out. Which is the same developer as Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, such a great little tune there, isn't it? I hope this, I'm trying to think if Square soundtracks are on Spotify. If so, I hope this one is, because I want to add this to one of my playlists. So I've got one that I just fall asleep to often. Yeah, I think you'd like, I'd probably get Nick Knowles in. I know we've talked about Square games from this era quite a lot, Jeff. Did we? I think we might have talked about Parasite Eve. I can't remember for absolutely certain. Okie doke. It's a stealth police procedural, basically. Although we have done some pretty interesting Final Fantasy combat with a bit of action thrown in. So that was quite cool. This is solo concert scheduled for today. Oh god. Concert is at the Central Park Amphitheatre. Central? Why are you so incredulous about that, Dan? Uh-oh. Ooh, got some personal stakes in there. Ooh. Screw you, Bit of a power fantasy, isn't that? Just to be able to say that to your boss. Well, maybe not a fantasy for your family to be in danger, but... Yeah, let's go sort that out, shall we? Yeah, it's so funny. I just love the idea of like a typical Japanese well, not a typical Japanese RPG, but a game with JRPG trapping, but we need permits to upgrade stuff. Oh, look at him go. Look, he's very slowly getting away. No one seems to run too quickly in this game. That's okay. Yeah, we were saying that earlier, Jack. Yeah, because I think the initial premise of Final Fantasy VII was to be a detective-style thing in New York, wasn't it? I'm not sure if any of the ideas they had during that period ended up in the final FF7. I can't really think of anything that would correlate to that, like even thematically, but... It reminds me of the, Wayne reminds me of, what's that, The Simpsons episode where Marge becomes a cop and, there's the one who's just like, when do we get the freaking guns? Like, while he's in the academy, which, well, funny, but perhaps not completely absurd, based on some things we hear, but... As long as you see guns as toys, you never touch them.
At times like this,
Yeah, there we
I
go.
guess all you can do is laugh.
Co-signed. I know. It's just like that scene from American Psycho where they're comparing like their business cards as like a metaphor for masculinity and one-upping each other, but with making guns. It's supposed to be safer. Yeah, I like Torres. I really didn't have to pronounce that name. I think he'd have a lot to say about gun politics in America in 2019. Be on the right side of history. Turn that gun into a cannon. It was still there. It just keeps making it like cure P. It's just like antidote. It's a word. You could have used antidote. Because they didn't have that in their lexicon at the time. Never be too careful with a gun. I suppose you make an exception with big bloodthirsty monsters, don't you? Make a few exceptions with those. So, permit. Oh wait, so those are two. Oh, this is where I always find equipment difficult in an RPG, where it's like, well, this one's better in some ways, but not in others, and you've always got to compromise one way or another. Never very good at finding that middle ground with that. I'm really worried I'm going to bungle this aspect of the game, the modern weapons, so I hope we don't. We spent hours doing nothing and enjoying every minute of it. So, this is the game's slogan as far as I'm concerned. Don't let the guns own you. Fantastic. Yeah, I think we're okay on that. I don't know if okay, I do need two vests, I'm gonna change armor. Well, it's only really better in terms of the. Yeah, actually, no, we'll stay with our. Oh, what's the auto? What's an SA? Screw attack? What is that strong against? Will protect me from Samus. Store equipment. Well, I hope there isn't like loads of SAs, whatever that is, in the the next section. So what if that wasn't to store equipment? Yeah, I know we've got a gun in the that one. I think they said we can get like because I assigned a skill to that, which I kind of want, but I don't want that gun anymore. Oh, we got tune-up. I'm still trying to figure my way around all this. No, okay, we'll just put that back for now. Fair enough. There we go. Cool. Again, thank you everyone for your patience with the slightly slow pace we're going at with this. I'm not minding that as a player at all. It's just especially when we've got doggos. This one's retiring after this. Aww. There may not be something bad happen to him after when he's got like 2 days retirement left or whatever. Give Doggo a happy ending, thank you. No, I bought. This is another one I bought on the PlayStation Network years ago on the American one, like the Mega Man Legends games, Jeff. And I played through quite a few PS1 games on PSP and Vita to a lesser extent, but This is one of the ones I never quite fully got round to, so finally making amends for that, basically. It's what I've been curious about for years, so I'm really happy to finally be playing that. Yeah, I've watched video of... Oh gosh, here we go. Oh god, he's going to drive even more quickly now, isn't he? Great old Junior. The hell does Melissa Eve want from us? This damn game, it like established like, oh, things are sad with his family, divorce. Suddenly they're in danger. Like, damn it, game. You manipulated us successfully. Play this like a goddamn fiddle. Yeah. Well, PSP, but basically, yeah, actually it would have been easier on PS3 because for some reason Sony made it much more difficult to go between multiple accounts on their handhelds, especially the Vita. The Vita's a pain in the backside to change accounts on. And like in terms of like account licenses, but this wasn't even the case of me being fussy with 60 Hz. This was just this didn't even get a European release back in the day, and that didn't change with the PlayStation Network, unfortunately. Like, they didn't stick this, just the American version on ours. It's so weird, as I said, the sequel came out. I don't understand why they didn't localize, they didn't port this over here. Maybe they left it too long before they just go with the sequel instead. Ooh! Ooh! Yeah, that's what you get for calling us Ricky, man. Perhaps both technically accurate in certain ways, so... I don't care if I... Aww. Aww. So the game's fairly successfully contrived a scenario where we go in on our own. Like, I always think that I always think the Resident Evil games at this time don't do that very well. Like, characters split up for not particularly any good reason. And it's like, well, why don't you stay together? Here they've kind of got a way out. They figured out. Oh gosh. Oh wow, that changed. Turn game audio up a little bit. Not too much, but... It's a shame because this is another case of like, oh, I can add stuff from this to the Halloween playlist, but the Halloween playlist isn't going to get much more... its time in 2019 is slowly coming to a close. There's quite a few games where you save at phones, aren't there? Oh, Yakuza is one. Mix the Parasite to the... M-I-X the Parasite to the Eve. Yeah, I did platinum that in the end, Parappa on PS4. Although I was being daft, I was saying that was the first PS4 platinum I'd get. But I completely forgot. I was even talking about this with you guys the other day. I got the Spider-Man platinum as well. So it's not my first one, it's my second one on there, but still. Always got time for the Parappa. Yeah, I love this battle theme. It's not particularly haunting, but it's really cool all the same. Yeah, something tells me I don't want to... I keep having this temptation to go with, oh, yeah. Oh no, I need a cure, a P cure, whatever it was called. We're poisoned. Oops. But I just kind of... Oh, phew. Let's push my luck there a little bit. Let's do that again, actually. I really hope it's the kind of poison that eventually runs out. Completely sure it is. But yeah, I reckon that you used to be very keen on your Square RPGs, Jeff, especially from this period. I imagine you'd really like this. So it's just a shame there's no reason you would have played it due to it, as I say, not coming out over here. It's funny because by the PS1 era, that was much less of a problem. And when we finally actually got a numbered Final Fantasy title in Europe with 7 onwards, like we didn't get 1 to 6 at all, so RPGs not getting brought over to Europe was less of a problem then, but we still got a few cases of it. Unfortunately. Okay, are we still poisoned then? I don't think we are actually, so that's nice. Cool. It's a great little tune, isn't it? Oh yeah, we so you know what I was saying about should be careful here, actually. I have had RetroArch crash while I've been going through these menus. You know what I said earlier about Parasite Eve being the game I bought off the PlayStation Network and meant to get to but never did. Vagrant Story is also in that bag. And might also be one I get to one day, maybe, possibly. I did want to. Vagrant Story looks really fascinating, and yeah, it's set in Evilise, isn't it? Or Ivilise. No, probably Evilise, I think. Yeah, so they've made Central Park an RPG dungeon in this. It's really fascinating. Actually, I should probably be trying that a bit more. So is that the one we just picked up? It doesn't seem particularly good, to be honest. Oh, I forgot as well, you can where is it? Again, another Final Fantasy thing, you can change the windows slightly. It's not quite as, like Final Fantasy VII like lets you change like the 4 corners, isn't it? Or something like that. Pretty bonkers. I quite like it with a slightly green hue. Ever so slightly. And then to undo it by accident. Yes, there's a few translation, like, completed there being like the confirm option. That rings a little weirdly. There were some kind of odd quirks with this. The translation of this. It seems to be like, it doesn't seem to have like grammatical mistakes like say Final Fantasy VII or just maybe not always the right word choices or as I say, there were 1 or 2 times where I was sort of like, they probably should have gone with some synonyms here. Would they keep using the same word over and over? No worries, Jeff. Yeah, Wild Arms is yet another one in that game. It's mostly the RPGs I didn't get around to. I did do Final Fantasy VII on PSP at least. Which I did originally. I played the PC version of that originally, funny enough. Got it on eBay in like the early 2000s. Might be a bit of a... Let's see if I can get away using the club on this. I probably can't because it's a flying enemy, but... Yeah. Maybe not. Just always think of a game like this, if you can use melee, that'd be quite a nice alternative, but... Oh wow, so we've got our assault rifle out, but our meter now takes longer to charge a bit, it looks like. And that's why, because it's so powerful. So that was, yeah, we had the option to get rid of junk earlier, but... Oh, they're broken, so can they be mended, maybe? That'd be quite cool, so. Yeah, that's to make quite a... Wait, hold on, where are we? Oh, I see, we're kind of more of a... I got a bit confused spatially there. Yeah, no worries, Shara. You're cream crackered. That's the best way you could have worded that, my friend. Yeah, no worries at all. Thanks so much, Shara. Have a lovely night's sleep, alright, man? Good night. Fall asleep to this song. This would be a good one to do that too. Yeah, you always get a creepy heartbeat when you're about to go into combat. They have a curious choice. Oh, we've got a wider range of attack as well with this one, so that's quite cool. Okay, so we'll use yeah, our magic meter just kind of oh gosh. Ooh. Oh nice, we keep our distance from this one. Ooh, nice. I think they were just about to get us then. Cricket. I don't think this is probably not an excessively jump scare game. I mean, it is a bit of like a oh gosh when the heartbeat happens. Which is, I mean, to be fair, you probably, yeah, I guess you don't have to do too much to the idea of random battles to make them a jump scare, do you? Oh gosh. I have to admit, I'm getting a bit confused going between the different camera angles, actually. It's not always clear where one map will stop and the next one will... One map will stop and the next one will start. But we'll figure it out. Because I don't mind taking our time a bit, because I do want to perhaps grind a little bit. Okay. Nice, we got that one down. Oh damn it! I meant to shoot the. I think I thought those were bats at first. I meant to shoot the bird first. Not there. There we go. Well, in that case, well, as I say, the fact that magic meter does recharge does make this it takes pressure off a little bit. I haven't really felt compelled to use a healing item yet for that reason. Ooh, nice. Yeah, you can actually, there are definitely attacks you can avoid in this, it's quite interesting. But I think, I think to compensate for that, we, ooh, bastard. Yeah, to compensate for that, I think they've made, Okay, before I forget, we can... Okay, distribute bonus points, yeah, okay, it's about time we did this. So I understand the best thing to do with these is to level up, like, weapons and such, more so than, like, our actual... Well, I wasn't mind increasing our item capacity, though, to be honest. Like, how many would that take? It takes, like, 100. Oh, okay. that. Oh gosh, oh, these all take like 100 of it. Oh, I guess we don't have that. I was in the kind of mindset, I guess we've racked up loads of bonus points to level stuff up, right? And no, we actually haven't really. Oops. Maybe level up our maybe our armor? Well, actually no, I think it was recommended specifically to level up our yeah, specifically our kind of weapons. But I'm still in the mindset, well, are we probably going to get better weapons down the line? Not sure. Go on then. Yeah, perhaps a bit of a slower paced game to what we've usually... I mean, I suppose some horror games tend to be quite slow anyway, don't they? Ooh. Good night, Pasties. Thanks so much for tuning in, man. Pleasure as always. Hope you have a good night's sleep. I'm glad you feel better after your earlier nap, man. And I hope you can get a nice one tonight as well. Yeah, good night, Pasties. Ah, damn it. I was hoping I could just shoot them before they get me. Didn't quite happen. Well, I see talk of State Muffin and that makes me happy. What's this about? Let's use look at that spindly snake. Whee! There we go. Yeah, this game's really cool actually, I really like this. Well, we are at a point where we're like, oh, we're at a sprawling kind of network of paths here. I'm not quite sure which way to go. It's sort of like, okay, I'll start going this way, and if this seems like the plot pivotal path, I'll go the other way, because that one will have items and whatnot. But it does seem to kind of funnel you down a specific path, it looks like. But yeah, hopefully they do like, I mean, well, the Final Fantasy VIII, the recent port, seems to have a few issues with it, but still, if they did even just sort of a quick thing like that with this, they'd at least be doing something. Like, it's... hopefully they can re-release this again. I mean, it's one of those things with a very vocal fan base, but it's obviously not going to be in the numbers of a Final Fantasy. Especially because this wasn't released in Europe, so there's... might be nostalgia for the second game a bit here, because that was released, but... Although from what I was reading, a lot of fans, they see this as only really the one they particularly love. It seems like the second one changes things up quite a bit for... It's a kind of mixed results, I suppose. And then the third game on PSP sounds really weird. Apparently it's got like a plot, like just the most convoluted, like bonkers plot, even by like Square Enix RPG plots at their most nonsensical. Apparently it just goes full out. I like that this one's fairly... I mean, there's a lot of kind of... We had a bit of science talk earlier that might have... Again, certain terminology getting repeated over and over to a bit of a point, but still, it's oh yeah, we have parasite powers as well. Got detox. Again, loads of... Oh god, I wish they... I want to go... If I get the ability to travel back in time, I will use it exclusively to go back and tell the people localised in this game. There's a word called antidote. You don't have to say cure P, you can say antidote. Use antidote. Parasite power! Ah, awesome. This was, gosh. This was contemporary with Crash 3, but, like a year before CTR. Yeah, we might end up going quite late with this fight because, of course, the clocks go back tonight. So we can take the mickey a bit with that, can't we? Ooh. Okay. Here we go. Hello, Graham. How you doing, Graham? Do you have any familiarity with this game at all, Graham? Definitely understandable if not, for a variety of reasons. As we've said a few times, this actually has never been officially released in Europe, this game. But as I say, we're not actually pirating it, it's my PlayStation Network bought copy. It sounds like a fib, but like, no, it actually is. I copied the file over. Which is interesting because it actually, often when you deal with like PlayStation ISOs for emulators and whatnot, usually they're two, if it's a game with multiple discs, which this is, usually that's two files for that. Oh god, look at that. But this is just one file, so when the game tells us to change disc, I don't know what, I don't know what to expect at that point. Well, I'm surprised this is 2 discs, given that this is relatively short for a Square game of that era, but maybe it's because they've got quite a few F&Bs in this. Hey, I like an RPG where you level up fairly quickly. Seems to be the case here. It's quite seamless as well, going from... It's one that's like we don't go to a different screen when we battle. Like, they've obviously had to design these environments knowing we'd be navigating them like an RPG dungeon. And also there's a battle space as well. Yeah, it's a great tune here, isn't it? Hungry. Oh, you got pizza on the way, Cricket. Nice. What flavour have you ordered, man? Graham, I think you're more than entitled to a lazy day from what you've said of how busy you are at work and such, so you absolutely embrace that, man. Okay, I'm being daft. Was there another way here? Oh god, sorry. I've been a bit of a ditz, been a bit ditzy in terms of being sure where to go. Oh, meat feast, yeah, healthy one, yeah. Nah, again, that's man. Enjoy that. Yeah, it would be the F&Bs, I guess, yeah, Cricket. Because what's a PlayStation 1 disc like? It's several hundred megabytes. Several hundred megabytes. Oh gosh. That is one thing, as cool as the stage of these battles is, it's a little hard to, it's a bit of the Little Nightmares problem, actually. It's a little difficult to know exactly where things are spatially. Again, it would kind of help from, like, stereoscopic 3D, although that also probably wouldn't really work with a pre-rendered background, yeah. That would be cool. After my behalf. Yeah, I like these battles. I like the action. The beast inside. I don't really know anything about that. What is the beast inside? Let's have a look. Oh, you have here to the name. Yeah, this often comes up, as I was saying, kind of talks about Square during a particular period of time. One of their really celebrated games. Oh really, Cricket? I had no idea about that. It's funny because that's the kind of thing that on the original hardware on standard definition TV, that would be... You wouldn't notice that at all, but like if you were emulating that or similar, that would stick out. Like, it's kind of the ironic thing with some of these cases where FMV was often done for like technically better rendering and such. But then when you say re-release that game, or you generally render it at a higher resolution, the FMVs end up being by far the worst looking thing in that. We've even got relatively recent cases of that, like the Batman Arkham. I think at least Arkham Asylum on PC, maybe City as well. Like the FMVs in Arkham Asylum look really ropey. Like they're clearly a much like not a particularly high resolution. Obviously higher than like something from this, but even so. Wait, do we have a So I thought this had kind of like the weird teleporting item stash thing that Resident Evil has, but I'm not sure it is necessarily that. Let's have a look. Oh, we want that. Yeah, that's better in every way, basically. That's why I'm a bit sort of... I don't know if I want to level up equipment that much if we're changing that a lot, but... It's kind of recommended that you do, really. Oh gosh, we're doing alright for ammo. I guess it's the same nebulous ammo across like all weapons and whatnot as well. Yeah, we've got a lot of junk, which I assume we can fix that to make stuff. I'm not really sure. We'll get rid of a Cure P again. I just can't get over that name. We'll just call them antidotes. Oh, that's handy. Zuki. Good DS game that, Zuki. Yeah, I honestly had no idea about that. It's funny because Nintendo wouldn't be able to do FMVs until the GameCube, really, would they? They did it a few times, like Mario Sunshine has FMVs, isn't it? As do the Mario sports games, they have those kind of notoriously quite funny ones with Wario and Waluigi up to all sorts of antics. I know you meant horror instead of horrid, but I quite like the idea of calling a game horrid. Even if it's quite good, it's like, oh, it's good, but gosh, it is horrid in terms of the places to go. Oh gosh, look at this place. Oh, that makes sense, Kraken, yeah. To be honest, Jeff, I was actually considering just BRB in for a bit, but I'll stay on for a couple more minutes. I don't mean I never close the stream, I mean and then I'll take a 5-minute break. Yeah, we're at the point where I could probably get rid of some, if not all of this junk, I'm guessing. because like there's that option for it at the. I might look that up like during the break actually. Oh, I see. We can change those. It's that kind of weird thing in an RPG where you get items that'll cure a status ailment, in this case poison, but then we've got a poison curing spell anyway. So it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, that's great. Actually, okay, we'll go with that. I'll do. I wonder if they, I think I've read this was developed in Square's American offices, although I think it's not an American developed game, I'm pretty sure. Not really clear on that. Like, I was just wondering if they, like, actually went to New York and planned out these, locations. There we go, we got the, Look out for the brown monkey, one of our many playful rainforest animals. Giant worms of South America are very important to the rainforest ecosystem. See, I won't read that character dialogue, but I'll read out those bits. Yeah, I really love this super sampling mode on this emulator. I think usually I would prefer just to have the outright higher native resolution as it is, but I really like it in this case. Oh, I see, I think we changed the okay. Like, it does such a good job of mixing the 3D visuals with pre-rendered backgrounds. That's great, I guess we'll use that. Oh, good. We got a cure P. Excellent. So, for the cure P. Oh, nice. So, I guess we'll use that, but I don't know if we power up one bit of equipment. I don't know if that will, yeah, so I guess we'll use it on that. Next, yeah, we might as well use the offense on, we're using the assault rifle quite a lot, so I guess, well, well, I don't know if maybe the handgun becomes better than what I'm not sure. Actually, I don't think we can put it on that anyway. Okay. Yeah, I don't think money is a factor in this as well, kind of interestingly. I don't think we, it doesn't seem like we buy or sell anything, so it's a bit of a streamlined RPG, this, in a lot of ways. Which I quite like. I sometimes do get that RPG, that kind of craving for an RPG, maybe in this style, but I don't necessarily want, I don't want to invest like 40 hours or whatnot. Sometimes I might do. New York City was inspired by this game. That's the correct, that is correct. Yeah, I really like you doing. I'm quite grateful we've got folks in our group who do like morning and afternoon streams on weekends. Like I've done like one once or twice, but I tend to go in the evenings, as you probably noticed. But they're quite a nice thing to sort of like, you know, I've had breakfast or one or two things out. It's like, oh cool, put Jeff on Final Fantasy VIII on in the background. And I can't believe it, Jeff, we finally reached the point where sort of me tediously, constantly going, I think I got up to this point actually, even though I didn't think I got far in FFA. But now I can definitively say you are past where I got to now. I got further than I thought I did, kind of comically, given how that ended up playing out, but... Oh, I like that we can reasonably reliably dodge that. Parasite Parasite. Yeah, I'll look up if I'm sort of a bit, becoming a bit of a hoarder, aren't I? Collecting all the junk, even labelled as such in the game, but the fact it says it's a broken fin... Like, there was an option to, like, give that to the guy at the police station, like any junk we had, but I don't know if that's so they then make better stuff out of it. Soon, maybe. Baked muffins. Yeah, I definitely got to disc 2, Jeff. That definitely seems to be the case. I think it's pretty safe to say. I think I had thought I'd maybe gotten right to the start of disc 2 and then just left it, but I think I can pretty safely say that's not the case now. Just pop in here quickly to save and then... Oh wait, no, wrong one. Holy muffins! Of the saintly variety. Yeah, random battles aren't actually, I don't completely hate random battles. I understand why people don't like them, and I guess I'd probably prefer not random battles, but I think it more often it just kind of more reflects on how much I do or don't like the battle system in the game. But I was just thinking as well, they're not that frequent in this. I almost wonder if that was a conscious effort. Oh, speaking of the devil, he is pretty cool. I hear so too, Graham. I think we have the same sources. I.e. the man himself. Oh, I should have gotten so close to them. Yeah, we'll have to set you up with PS1 emulation and whatnot. Jeff, it'd be cool to see you play some PS1 stuff. You obviously got quite affinity with the system. As I say, I think you'd really like this. Though, as I say, the ideal with this would be that they would actually just re-release this. Like, if you look at develop new games in a series like this, which is probably fair enough, because also they didn't do that very well anyway with, like, the PSP game. At least make the old ones available, which they did on PlayStation Network, to be fair. I suspect there might have been a licensing fin there as well. I know I've heard about... Oh god, I keep going into that one. I know I've definitely heard about the making of... I'm trying to think how the genesis of this came about with... Like, it's quite odd, just sort of based on a book. You get that a few times with games, but not that often. And again, it sounds like it was quite loose anyway in that sense. Okay, I'm hoping we've got the... Ooh. Oof! Ow! All of the animals have escaped! Well, good. Run free, my children. Oh good, that burnt corpse is blocking the way. How rude. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Peds is on Deadly Premonition now. Let me go over and say hello. You get the shots. The time it works out, I might, if he's still streaming when I finish, I'll definitely rate him. Just don't know if, I could see us going quite late on this. But then he did go quite late, last night with Outer Worlds, didn't he? In fact, it was quite funny, he was sort of mid-sentence last night, and it was like, wait, what time is it? And it was like gone, I think it actually was gone 2 AM by that point. Yeah, oh there you go, 2 AM. Oh look! Just casually, she's there like, hello. What's up, Eve? Apparently animals got loose, have you seen them? Yeah, what you do like Tekken, Final Fantasy Tactics, Rayman, Tombi, Croc. I've pretty much. I think I've got pretty much all of those on here actually. I haven't got Final Fantasy Tactics, so I should. Well, that was what I considered maybe doing the PSP version of. Yeah, we got Croc on there. Some of these aren't from the PlayStation Network; they're from other means. Like off the top of my head, I think like Breath of Fire 4 is. Symphony of the Night is. Crash 2 and 3. I bought 1, but that was like the one PAL PSN game I bought, so I just got a US version. Those two were quite a few. Some of these were actually $1. Like I got a Harvest Moon game on here. They did a sale for $1. Yeah, they did these kind of Steam-esque flash sales every once in a while. Yeah, all 3 of those are PlayStation Network. Some of these are just like interesting, like hidden gem titles over here. Yeah, I think everything Mega Man apart from X3 there is PlayStation Network. Muppet Race Mania is not, but that's what I played. I played the demo of that over a friend's house back in the day, and it's not bad actually. It's Traveller's Tales actually. So the people who brought us Sonic R, people I trust very dearly, and now I actually don't really mean that ironically. But yeah, it's this is only really the tip of the iceberg with the got Street Fighter the movie, the game as well, and well, I've got Tekken 1 actually. They didn't re-release Tekken 3 until the PlayStation Classic, unfortunately. They only had Tekken 2 on the store, I believe. And again, I think that was another like $1 or something. But yeah. I did. I never have owned a PS1, but I've made up for it years later. Ah, this is a festive game. Falsey was right. Tenchu. Oh, Tenchu. I was spotted, Graham. Yeah. I really don't have any experience with Tenchu. I just know it's one of the. It's probably like the other big console stealth game of its era. Apart from the big obvious one. But then you got like Thief and a few other titles on PC as well. Especially because I will no longer be under the control of a host, as I have since the dawn of time. Humans are weak, mitochondriac. Wait, hold on. Should that... Wait, no, that's not a... I think there should be a comma there in between weak and mito... Oh gosh. Well, maybe a semicolon if you're feeling generous, so... fair enough. Oh, cool. Never F&B. Get quite excited for this. Ooh. Oh, sorry. Oh, God! Oh, good. God. How goopy. That happened so casually, it's like, oh, by the way. Oh gosh. To get back. It's a bit late. I think everyone's. Oh gosh. I think we're a bit too late, really. No, Cricket. It's like the topping on your pizza. I'm so sorry. I'm so bloody sorry. Oh, there she is again. Oi, come here, you. Oh, don't disappear on me. Joe. Oh, that was easy, just for backstage. Hello. Yeah, we are too late after that body count now, gosh. off she goes. Whee. Anything cool up this way? Yeah, the slow running speed actually doesn't usually bother me too much. It is sometimes a bit like, oh, well, there's nothing this side of the map. Let's go all the way, very slowly, to the other side. Alright, where's she gone? Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I guess that. I don't know, it seems like a weird use for a dash. I mean, maybe that's. It was a weird sentence to just try and read organically. It kind of, kind of stumbled my way. I was trying to get through it. 10 out of 10, sure. Oh, very good. 10 out of 10 shoot. I played a tiny bit of it on here. That's basically my only Tenchu experience. I think it's I get the impression it's a bit of a mixed bag of a series, like the later games. Maybe the wait, hold on. I think people like the probably the first game the most. It did seem cool. I mean, it was like a third-person PS1 game with like a lot of fog and a few other technical quirks, but still quite liked what I played of it. Wait, have we got a different... It's a bit more of a shotgun now. Was it always a shotgun? I just didn't... Oh, I guess it's because we powered it up. I swear its rate of fire is slower now, though. I'm curious. Can we not use the phone? Oh, there we are. Change title, Muppets Race Mania 100% speedrun. Yeah, Graham, was Tenchu a game you had back in the day? Tell me about Tenchu, man. I want to hear all of it. But yeah, there we go, Gan. We'll have a quick 5-minute or so break. Because we've got a different overlay, I just need to check I've definitely put the I need to check I've put the what do you call it over properly? The YouTube, that's still the YouTube playlist I put together. I think it's... Oh my god, I've mucked that up, haven't I? Alright, well, be right back in part while I actually get this. I thought I had this properly set up with, like, what were we playing before? Oh gosh, hold on a sec. Sorry, bear with me. It's a little odd if you know the words.
myself into. Hey, is everything okay?
Konami. Backup! I need backup!
A rookie cop facing unspeakable evil.
There's something really wrong here. These things aren't dying. I just blasted this thing, and it's still alive!
One of the most anticipated games of 1998, Resident Evil 2. If the suspense doesn't kill you, something else will.
Everyone's gonna die!
迷い込んだら最後に閉ざされた世界に恐怖が待っている。サイレントヒル4ザルー好評発売中。
びっくり。
コナミ。
Years ago, a family's destiny was born. Not in a cradle, but in a coffin. Discover the origins of Dracula and the Belmont clan that's destined to hunt him in Castlevania, Lament of Innocence. Rated M for mature from Konami.
So you've got your own business, and you're doing everything you can to promote it. The marketing doesn't always have to be so flashy. With Google Ads, you can select your goal, like getting more visits, and your ad will show up on Google. So you can advertise smarter.
Dracula 伝説にピリオドを打つのは君だ。コナミからついに登場。ファミコンディスクシステム用ソフト悪魔城ドラキュラ好評発売中。
Konami.
迷い込んだら最後に閉ざされた世界に恐怖が待っている。
Oh, there we go. God. That's a bit of a wild one, isn't it? Yeah, it's like the one problem with me playing audio from the playlist is we sometimes get the an actual YouTube advert. We want adverts in this playlist, but the cool retro ones, not the But yeah, we'll get back to finish it. So actually, I always forget this. So when do the clocks actually go back? This stream is sponsored by the Singing Crows of Resident Evil 1. This is a favourite of mine. I say back in the day, I mean like 2008 or so. They go back into it. Well, they actually, is it like 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. maybe, or? Cause it's not like you get to midnight and then it's 11 o'clock, is it? It's yeah, I'm not really sure. Don't know. Well, we've been on for over 3 hours, so we'll see. Oh, I don't know why, but that reminded me I need to look up Parasite Eve. Sorry, bear with me. Let me put the playlist music on. What a lovely little tune from our youth. Comforts us. Hello, Oddworld, man, Abe, specifically. Right, so Parasite Eve, Junk. I did read something about multiple endings with this as well. I don't know if that's... a bit worried about that. Okay, yeah, I think we want to, yeah, here we go. Junk. This supposedly useless item is actually one of the most useful items in the game in the right quantities. Oh wow, if you drop off 300 pieces of junk, you'll get one of the game's best guns. But I don't think it's just for that, I think it's... Yeah, because I assume we still... Well, we'll see. Oh, blimey, hello, Chuck Norris. That's not your full username, is it? I try to remember, what was it? Chuck Norris... Was it Streams WoW, I think? Oh, plays Monster Hunter World, there we go. Oh, there are multiple endings. Oh, cool. Do I need to be worried about that? In terms of how I'm playing the game? I don't want a rubbish ending. Used to be WoW, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, I hope you're well, man. Good to hear from you. So you came in originally when I was playing Final Fantasy 12, I believe. Which, unfortunately, I've not gone back to in ages. I really should, because I did like what I played of 12. I remember you were very knowledgeable about that. Oh, really? Okay. Right, that's what I was... Okay, I think I did read something about that. The way I read the words, and I think the first time I saw something on it, made me worry that it was, you know, like one of those things, oh, you've got to have the right items or something like that. But it seems more that it's a case of, So just bear with me a second. Yeah, so, to be honest, I'm happy just to look that up. I don't want to spend ages doing that. Oh, I've heard something about the yeah, I've heard about the Chrysler building, and, well, obviously in real life as well. Sorry, I just remembered the Be Right Back thing was still on. So to give that a look, whether on stream or at some point. I am really liking it. This is my first time properly playing this, let's call you Chuck. And yeah, very positive impressions on it. The funny thing is that there probably haven't been that many Brits who have played this comparatively, because this thing came out officially over here back in the day. Or at all, really. This has still never been re-released. Yeah, I was looking at the worth of junk as well, and not to be deceived by that necessarily. Oh god, does it really? It reminds me of there's an RPG on this SNES called it's part of a series called Lufia, and it's specifically the second one. That has like a big randomly generated roguelike mode, and that can, like, that's a 30-hour game, and that mode can still be like as long as the regular game. It's pretty wild. It really God, it's quite big, isn't it? I can't even remember. Was I don't think I went the way the girl went. I'm just trying to sort of see if there's any cool items over here. Junk is good, but only if you're dedicated to follow. If you're just... Oh, really? Okay. Because the thing I just read, Chuck, was basically... It was about, I think if you have 300... Oh gosh. Oh, they're all after me. If you have 300 bits of junk, you get like the ultimate weapon, but... To be honest, we're doing probably a relatively casual playthrough on this. We're not going to be too exhaustive on that front. Well, I was reading as well, Chuck, the kind of importance of, like, with the bonus points you get, you probably more ideally want to level up your weapons than level up stats for Aya herself. But I'm a bit sort of like, well, I don't know if I'll be sticking with, like, the same weapon throughout the game, will I? Or... the game probably explained it in that tutorial that I promise I did read. I've just forgotten. This one's quite evasive. There we go. So like 100% speed run. Please don't kid yourself. This is a very casual. Okay, so we won't bother with any of those bits of junk then. Yeah, I'm not trying to play this particularly exhaustively. I just kind of want to do a fairly straightforward start to end. If we can get some cool stuff along the way, cool. If there's like a really powerful... Like, I'm not interested in doing like the equivalent of like, you know, like the weapons from Final Fantasy VII, like Emerald's weapon or whatnot. Like, I don't need to have done all that. That's Cricken, yeah. Just casually looks over like, oh yeah, I guess I've got the speedrun on Parasite Eve. Somehow. Against every metric of common sense. But yeah, I really like this battle system as well, Chuck. It's really, I think I kind of knew it was like this, but I was still quite... Oh gosh. I was still quite pleasantly surprised by it, and I was actually quite happy to see in like a bit of a relief way that oh, we've got like a magic meter that goes up over time. So I don't feel bad about using healing spells. I noticed they're very clever about putting you in claustrophobic environments, so it's a bit trickier to avoid enemies. Yeah, I think I did read something about the Super Toolkit. Oh, you played this back when it came out? Oh, this must be a bit of bad memories for you then. Oh, that's great. Oh, fair play. Yeah, I bet like this is the kind of game where the music would take you back. I didn't know, Chuck, this is by the Street Fighter 2, Kingdom Hearts, various Mario RPGs composer, Yoko Shimomura. Is it Shimomura or Shimomura? She's way too much of a legend for me to be butchering her name like that. Yeah, I think we're going really off the beaten track here. I think, I honestly, I don't think we went the way the girl went. Which I was okay with, because I wanted to kind of have a bit of an explore. But it turns out Central Park's quite big, you know. We are getting lots of ammo, and I do want to, even though, as I say, I kind of want to go fairly start to finish in this, I also would still like to, you know, I don't mind grinding a little bit if it does come to it. Yeah, we talked about that as well. It's so interesting. It's like, oh, it's actually a licensed game as well. Off a book, no less. Yeah, I would still like to take some junk back just to see like that dialogue that happens from it, but... Yeah, what does that tool do as well? Is that what it talks about in terms of getting an ability from another gun or piece of equipment? Because I've used like a +1 attack on a handgun that's now back in the crate back at the precinct. Oh, there goes the devil. Yes, you must have been pretty shocked when you looked at like your Twitch, people you're following on Twitch. You're like, oh my god, someone's actually doing this game. I kind of did it on a whim as well. It's what I knew I wanted to get to for the longest time. So there we go. That tool allows you to transfer. Oh, nice. And it destroys the weapon or fin once you do that. Okay. Which isn't too bad, really, is it? Because I'll be doing that from like a handgun. I don't need any more things like that. It's like yeah, I guess I'll level up the. Well, I don't need the KV vest. I could probably just drop the KV vest actually, because I don't think I've got anything on it. And money doesn't seem to be a thing in this game, unless I've missed that. I feel like Chuck. A super tool allows you to do a transfer of. Yeah, I think I saw like the super toolkit would be like is like the ultimate thing in this, but you also really have to go out of your way for it. As I said, we're not really doing an exhaustive. I've basically been doing a bunch of horror or horror-themed games this month. Chuck and this got kind of put in with all those. CR of 8, nice. Yeah, so I guess okay, so I don't need to be too sheepish about I don't need to be too sheepish about like putting upgrades in certain bits of equipment I might not be using down the line. So I can just transfer them via the tool anyway. No, thanks very much for your help on this. Chuck, I'm always so grateful with a game like this, but I've got someone in the chat who knows the ins and outs of it. Look. Jeff, we always come back to the caterpillar. I missed the back. Cricket, for the I'm not proud to say this, for the briefest of moments I was about to let out a really? Did I? Now I feel really stupid. If you're happy. So, tune-up weapon so is that's not the same as bonus points? Oh, sorry, I'm being daft. So that's to do with the tool. So wait, I do that to... Oh, I see. So that's what. So actually, I could probably do that with the. So wait, which is the handgun I'm using? So it's obviously. Yeah, I'm not using. Why's it got an F on it? Yeah, that's the handgun I'm mainly using. So if I do. Oh gosh. Right, so the first one I pick will be. Let's say here, went no, I don't want to lose the. Okay, so I want to do that and that. Oh, I see. So you kind of pick both of them, then you pick which one you want. I think. Oh, I see, so I've got the same, I don't know if that one's worth doing, really, is it? Yeah, okay, I'll leave this for now. I'll have a look at battle, was it battle points? Bonus points. We'll have a look at that quickly in any case. Yeah, because we can increase. Actually, I guess our item capacity is increased anyway. So I guess we don't really need to worry about increasing those ourselves, just kind of focus on our equipment, it looks like. Just increase our range on that. There's no money as well, yeah, cool. Yeah, it's quite cool this. I like the RPG stuff in it. It's just an interesting mix of of genres. Those. And yeah, we're emulating this as well through RetroArch. We've got like a film where it's like at a higher resolution, then it downscales it, so the character models like fit with the environments quite nicely. Because obviously the environments are quite low resolution and all that. Yeah, this battle theme is something fierce, I'll tell you what. Oh gosh. Ah! Oh, you got a snipe on me while I was going after your friend. Oh, cool. Talk resolution to me. no interlacing and stuff. Oh gosh. I don't know, I at the very least, but when I talk about that sort of thing, I try not to do it too dryly. I try to inject some humour, because I realise it can be a very dry and mundane subject, but the kind of stuff I obsess over. It's very healthy. I hope Pence is getting on alright, actually, because speaking of like technical stuff, I know he had to mod the hell out of he had to mod the heck out of Deadly Premonition to get it working nicely. I'm glad he got to do a horror game, because I know he was talking about he wanted to kind of do that last year and it didn't happen. So it's cool he got it to work in the end. Just keep so we've increased the range of this gun, so this works out quite well, yeah. But there's a couple of things though. Oh really? Actually, Pet seems to be restarting Deadly Premonition a lot, which is usually a sign of a PC game not working very well. So I hope he's getting on okay. Really? Okay, sure, that's interesting. Well, I've noticed my shots are quite slow at the moment, but I have powered them up, so I don't know if that's to do with that as well, maybe. That's curious. Ugh. Oh, let's have a look. Yoko Shimomura, that's it, yeah. One of the all-time greats, as I say, for video game music, just an absolute legend. And whose surname I can't pronounce because I'm dumb. It's rubbish. I'm rubbishly dumb. But yeah, big fan of her work. Oh no, you had to crash. So he says you were stream hopping and stuff. I've been quite lucky this stream, haven't I? I haven't really had anything go wrong, seemingly. I guess there was the YouTube thing, but... That's quite cool. I should do that a bit more, actually. Yeah, so I knew... Well, at least I was fairly certain my shot of the blobby thing there would... Yeah, if I feel like a shot would kill, it makes sense to distribute... the two bullets I can fire up once there between the enemies. Oh, that's quite cool. That's such a good... I love this battle theme, it's so good. Your best bet would be to get a low rate of fire and multiple commands. Oh, say you have 3 times rate of fire with... Really? Oh, cool. Rate of fire is something that's very tempting to go for, isn't it? In a lot of games where you kind of level up guns of some kind. So yeah, again, thanks so much. I'll definitely I'll probably like save records of, in a non-creepy way, honest, of the things you said in terms of advice for the game. This is definitely what I'm very happy to take pointers on. You know, obviously try and sort of see how I get on with it, but when you get a lot of stat-based stuff like this, I am very happy to. Yeah, I read that she did some music. Did she do the? She at least did some music for it, didn't she? I don't know if that was all. Oh gosh, no, that was good. Oh, is this a boss? It seems like more of a boss than. Got a bit of a barrier on us. I like that there's a little bit of oh god, that's useless. It feels like I'm like avoiding shots and avoiding projectiles in like a shmup or something like that. It's really neat. To say, unfortunately, the perspective's a little tricky to be sure at times, but still, it's a really cool setup. This. Yeah, I need to be a bit better at figuring out which ones are. Cool. Oh wow! Well, why did the spike keep fin to it? Is that because I shot it? I like that. Ah, fair enough. Ah! Right, we've got a couple of them, so we are absolutely gonna heal. Yeah, if we get you set up with PS1 emulation, Jeff, and I hope we do, I'll send you like the file for this and some other stuff and try to help you out and turn that up. So it's a shame they just haven't really explored that avenue on PS4 at all, really, have they? Like, basically Parappa 1 and after that you just gotta hope for remakes like the Crash and Spyro games got. You do it. Oh gosh! So like that, I wasn't really sure if it was going over the your best with the where you at? There you are. Yeah, it's interesting because it is quite actiony, this. But there are also going to be attacks like that where, you know, we're not exactly a sprint chicken in terms of our running speeds. So quite a bit of it's down to planning. God, I hope I don't. Oh, I knew it! I got impatient. I was like, oh, maybe if I do it very. Just barely last minute. There we go. Nice. Yeah, that's cool, isn't it? I really do like this game. It's been quite. I've really loved every game we've played this month, really, horror-wise. Most important thing to spend your bonus points on is action speed. Really? Okay. Okay, we definitely need to make room for those. Do you ever bother with like the medicines or like the because I'm like, well, we've got. I mean, I could see it being if because I suppose we do use our magic for other stuff. Terribly. I still want to take a few bits of junk back just to see like the dialogue from it, but guess we can. not worry about it too much. How many hours is this game? Oh really? Don't tell. Benefit to emulating it. You didn't see anything. Okay, so action speed, right, so... Wait, so is that active time, basically? So I should be prioritising that probably more than... Oh yeah, because I guess that would... So do you reckon there is it's worth going from 11 to 15 there? Or at least do a little bit of that and maybe some on the... down here. Like, part of me would... Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, this was like a good shout. I'm so glad you tuned in, Chuck. Not just because it, like... It is actually very nice to talk to you as well, I swear, you're not a means to an end, honest. But I love hearing about people's experiences with the games I'm streaming as well. Like, it's so cool you played this back in the day, 21 years ago this is now. As I say, playing it just less than quarter of a century later, and still very enraptured in it. So, oh, Peds is having issues with like OB. Oh, that's a bugger. Oh, I've had problems with that, but like I still never streamed Team Sonic Racing because it would always crash when I'd get into a race with OBS. So like. Oh no! Oh, the horse is very obviously a sprite, with not many frames of animation, so looks a bit janky, but well, we'll forgive them for that. Your genes are stronger than I thought. Come, my dear, let's go for a ride. The Marvel vs. Capcom 2 character select? Oh, she's actually... Oh, that's weird, she's actually offering. What do you think, clip art horse? Do you think? Oh, we're just going along? Alright. Why did we agree to this? Hello. Why be on the human side? I was like the opening to Castlevania Rondo of Blood. That was also on a carriage. Why you go with them and not me? Because you're murderous. Among other things, but that's a pretty big one. I was like, of all times that... Oh, this is quite cool, it's actually, but... Oh, wow. Fair play, Aya, you're a good shot, especially given the circumstances, bless you, girl. There's a barrier. I love those low poly like little spell animations. Ooh, with a nasty start there. What are you up to, Retro? What are you up to, Emulator? Behave yourself. Okay, that's yeah, I could see like the... As I said, like, at first I was like, why do I need healing potions or whatever, but... Like, actually now... Yeah, I'm gonna use one now, actually. I can see how, yeah, they are quite, if you want to, like... Oh, there's really a way to avoid that, is there? Just flutter arms at me. Yeah, I get a few weird... now that we've said that, I get a few weird, like... Have I definitely got Retro Archer? I don't know why it's doing that. Anyways. Oh god. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, why is it stopped here? No, I don't know who you are. Oh, we should have been keeping a mitochondria count for how many times they've said that, shouldn't we? Jeff, sorry, never got answered your question. I believe this is meant to be roughly 12. Well, I've heard mixed results. Some people have said they beat it like less than 10 hours, just less than 10 hours, others going into the teens on that. I feel like we'll probably be able to get it done in maybe 4 streams or so. Maybe 3, but I don't want to completely, oh gosh. Please don't do that. If we join forces, all the other mitochondria in the world will prevail here. Oh, poor Horso. I don't know how I'm going to explain that in the next press conference. Oh, it looks like Pez is playing Outer Worlds now. Probably quite fair enough, given the problems he's been having with Deadly Premonition. Oh. To be honest, I forgot poor Daniel was there. Ah! But they gave that child the weirdest red animation. Oh. Oof. Oh. Hmm. Oof. Oh. Oh. Gosh. Yeah, we didn't prevent anything now, really, did we? Oh gosh, a Manhattan evacuation. Oh lord. I would have missed trying to organise that on anyone. Well, fair point actually. Laura out for Christmas anyway. I mean, I guess, but then wouldn't people also be visiting the film? No, I don't know. Oh, they don't know where we are? At least Canada. Oh gosh. Oh, okay. I was gonna say Baker's just gonna like lose his hair from stress and all these PR nightmares. Also, later in the game, you'll get trading cards that you can use to open up an expansion slot, the weapon or armor allowing you. Oh wow, trading cards! That's quite fun. It's a bit of triple triad blood running through them. That's quite fun. The run animations are a bit goofy in this. Hey! Lucky kid. Gets to hang out with the dog. I want to hang out with the dog. Oh, this event not go south, mind you, in some... I thought they would be showing us this if something is about to go wrong. Oh, Shiva! Oh, I like Shiva. Shiva's a good girl. Can she stay a good girl? Can she? Okay, good. Well, I'm still suspecting something might happen there. Oh God! Bloody hell! And he got his shins flying through the air then. Oh, no way, Chuck, nice! I'm glad to be a good influence for once. Oh, that's great, I hope you enjoy. Bring back some memories for you. Was that weird, is that clothing from that weird character we saw in the theatre? Didn't find a cat on this street. Oh, that's the that's the doctor it says was coming in, isn't it? Oh, I thought how is this handled in the Japanese version? Why? No, I guess it obviously still would have been taking place in New York in there. It's but oh. Oh, there we go. I'm guessing that's relatively accurate. Like, I was gonna say onomatopoeia. No, that's probably not the right description for that. You get more bonus points for beating. Oh, do you? Oh, interesting. You could abuse that, I suppose, with save states, couldn't you? But you probably shouldn't. Oh, fuck you, cop! Oh, God. Oh, there's some bad cops in here. Ah. This game touches on stuff that's still very... still quite uncomfortable and still very topical, isn't it? Fair play. Like, I'm impressed, honestly. Fair play. Yeah, racism doesn't tend to be good for much of anything. Probably not your heart as well. Oh gosh. See? Told you so. Guess it's now or never. Off he goes. Spontaneous human combustion. I believe that's correct. I'm curious. Oh, we're actually here in the present day, the hospital. Oh, well, whether it's the same one, I don't know. If that's been the dream sequences. I don't want the screen go red there, that implies we've died. Chris! Nice. I can see it kind of being that. Blue. God, less than the unlikely. It's such a weird game. It's kind of cool in the way that it's a game where the main character has a very blatant arc, because like he actually is like capable by the end of that game, right? just not very like at all at the start. Hey, good old daddy boy. What was that? Hold on, what was that time frame they evacuated? They really evacuated like half a day, isn't it? I think it would take way longer for Manhattan. It's a lot of work to evacuate a city, especially on that scale. You'll probably overtake me in Swift time, Chuck. And I'm okay with that. Are we not assuming they're dead? Similar events that occurred several years ago in Japan. It all started when a scientist's wife was involved in a car accident. Oh, there we go. There's that name. Eve? That's not a drinking game thing. How many times A goes Eve? Question mark, exclamation mark. Or variant of that. Oh god! Oh, blimey. This is the only Square RPG to my knowledge that has the word sperm in it, but I might be wrong. Maybe 10-2 had it somewhere, who knows. I don't believe it. I'm guessing the. I'm guessing the that one was kind of I'm guessing the novel kind of delves into a lot of the biological aspects of this as well. It's such an interesting angle for a game of this type to take. Gave birth to an ultimate being. God, what a horrible sensation, feeling like you're just about to burn. I got a bit of Ellie from Last of Us as community. Oh gosh. Phantom. It was based off the novelization of the hit film The Phantom Menace. I think it is just called Parasite Eve. I think. I might be wrong. I know it was a Japanese book which got localized. I don't know if it was localized by the time this game came out. I don't think it was. Internationally from Japan. This is certainly more famous over here as a game series than a book, I'm pretty sure. I guess the most high-profile case of that is probably The Witcher, right? A game or a game series being based on a book. What are you saying, Oh gosh. What if I end up killing you? Oh. God, Merry goddamn Christmas, eh? Oh. Made us probably there in the middle of like, how do I stay out of this? He just leaves wordless though. Gosh. Oh, alright, Daniel, coming down a bit. Just be on the force less than a year. Pariah. It is called Parasite Eve, is it? Oh, cool. I imagine that probably a lot of the people who've read that book. Well, actually, I think it is a pretty. No, to be fair, I think it is probably quite a well-known, successful book in Japan. But I imagine quite a lot of people who've read it, like, over time, might have done so because of the games. Day 3 selections. So I believe it's 6 days in total, so I'm making headway into day 3. So that's quite nice. You want a parappa there? Nice. I think Jeff, I'll probably do a double bill stream after October of I'll probably do Loco Roco and then Parappa. Maybe Jamalami as well. And at some point I need to properly play Parappa 2. Like, part of the reason I was practicing Cheap last night, the stage for that was just so I could make sure I can do that on stream fairly reliably, and I think I can. I think I've kind of found the way for it. It shouldn't be as obtuse as it is, but... Yeah, I love those games, but I do just wish there was like a bit more obvious feedback on when you're doing things wrong in them, but I don't know how they'd implement that given the way Parappa and Jamalami, like the way they kind of let you freestyle with the mechanics as well. It's a bit difficult for you to discern what's right or not with like what the game will accept as correct or not for that. Oh, do you let us have his bed? Not fair play. No. Scientists can't believe anything without proof. It's just one of those things. Besides, he did the anime pushing his glasses up thing. Which I just did myself, even though you obviously can't see that. Very smart on my behalf. Oh, hello. No traffic's the way it ought to be around here. So that's why you evacuated the city. God knows how much that's going to cost. Gonna need some bigger weapons. God, this is a gorgeous little background here, isn't it? Lovely. And again, this is almost certainly another case of they lost the source files for these, so these can never be higher resolution than they already are. And for God's sake, Square and various other game companies in the day, why didn't you hold on to so many of the original art assets. Like, look how gorgeously rendered this all is, and it's at no higher resolution than what is like a postage stamp sized amount of pixels on a modern screen. Ah. Oh, really, Chuck? Snooze the long face. I mean, well, you did well. Given what's happened, Dan, I think a bit of a. I'm sorry, my head's so rumbling. Then probably a bit of a horrible sound. Sorry. Yeah, I think we're allowed a bit of long face given the events. Yeah, if you don't mind me asking, how old were you when you played this originally? As a kid, that would have messed me up. I was very well, I still kind of am. I was very squeamish as a child. Yeah, look how gorgeous this background is. Oh, I want like whatever the original resolution of the art file they made for this. I want that. Oh, why did they lose all their assets? Just these gorgeous pre-rendered backgrounds they made. Let's have a look. 19. Oh, fair play. Oh gosh. Oh wow. The funny thing, in my head I was like, oh, we're just gonna go in and buy stuff like it's a normal shop, but of course the town's been evacuated. It is pretty... I don't mean to be all like, oh, there's a plot hole, this is rubbish, but it is like, there was nothing else to evacuate Manhattan that quickly. Like, within the span of a day, but again, I don't want to be... It's okay, the game's not ruined, honest. Just do a bit of suspension of disbelief and all that fun stuff. We'll save our game, thank you. Why did they have the foresight to know we would be playing this in 20 years' time and download? No. But you do get what I mean, right? Like, it's just a shame they... I guess there was just no mind paid to the thought of them ever re-releasing it. But even then, it is also... I don't know, there's a cynical aspect to that really bugs me. I guess it was kind of a practicality thing with just however much storage space they had, both in terms of data and physically, but... Oh, you would have at least thought, like, just the amount of work put into these backgrounds... Like, you would have thought they could have gone to the length to make sure they had them still, even just for the sake of, like, the artists, like, all the work they put into them, And it's not just Square, although they're one of the big offenders, like Sega are notorious for having lost source code or all sorts of stuff like that. I guess it's just a nightmare to manage all that stuff when you're a big behemoth of a company. Oh, I really need to get rid of the other vest. I can never remember which... No, it is the SP one I'm wearing, yeah. Let's get all the defense. I think we probably don't need the zoo key anymore, do we? Or maybe we do. Yeah, again, that is definitely... Yeah, like... That was a practicality case of, like, they just wanted to use the tapes they had. Well, but again, it's like... I know public funding and all that. They couldn't have got more tapes. Maybe it's more complicated than I'm making it sound. I'm sure a lot of this stuff is... Oh, gosh. Oh, that's a nice surprise. I didn't expect there to be an item there. Let's keep pressing X everywhere here. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of that stuff is like wrapped up in bureaucracy and all sorts of, I suppose we have better means now to hold on to data. And at least we are, like, upscaling methods are getting better at least now. There's been some breakthroughs recently that you hear Peds and I go on about, like, the exciting aspects of that. Wow, really upgraded our I know they're doing something with like those Doctor Who episodes they lost, aren't they? Like, have they animated footage because they have like the audio of some of it, or they've done something, haven't they, to kind of I just imagine it must. Oh gosh. Like, it must eat alive, like, it must eat at, like, Doctor Who fans that they can't have seen, like, every show, every episode in their favourite show. Oh, hiya, Tolrath. Oh, are they really? Oh wow, I've got no idea. Well, I guess maybe just want to do a horror game for Halloween, even though it's maybe not like excessively horror, like all the way. I mean, it obviously is in certain aspects. Yeah, it's just speaking personally, I can't vouch for those other streamers. This has been one of those. There's been a lot of Square soft RPGs I've heard over the years that I really want to play. And this is definitely one of the ones that was on the list, and I know this is one of the relatively shorter ones, so I knew I could get to this and get it done a bit more quickly. That's quite cool though. Are you quite keen on it yourself, Tol? Oh, right. Yeah, fair. Well, I know someone was saying earlier, Cricken, in chat about, like, sort of RPG turn-based battles are... It's hard for them to kind of mix that with horror in their head, like it's perhaps too abstract and gamey of an idea that it's, like, you know, like it's a very... You think of that as being in the game very specifically. So maybe it's harder to kind of see that as a horror thing. Certainly has great atmosphere and sound design, this at least. It's such an interesting setting, that is. So yeah, we're on day 3 out of day 6 days. So we'll probably go for maybe half an hour more at least. So they have audio on those Lost Doctor Who episodes being released on Big Finish. That's a nice little compromise, isn't it? So that's good. Daniel, no. Ooh. Oh, bloody hell! Jesus, dude! Well, I'm glad you're a good shot, but... Oh, God. Thanks. Oh, poor lad. Okay, welcome to the US of A. You were kidding when they said they sell guns, yeah. Day 3 out of Daytona. What number day is Daytona, USA? And how do I, like, bottle Daytona, USA and just, like, get all of its wholesome wonderfulness. So here's the best Finn. It's day 6! Oh god, now I really want to get to the end of this game. Oh my lord. Go ahead and pick your favourite accessories, ladies. So what, we just picked up the machine gun? It's just too I'd be the same man, don't I? There is a bit of it. It's interesting. There's quite a part of this game that's sort of the kind of the Japanese perspective, looking at it on the American side of it, and just being like, what the fuck is this gun culture? And I'm with them on that. But I am happy we've got guns to shoot in a game with horrible monsters. At the very least. So I should probably just use the, yeah, I'm kind of, probably about time I start like using the tools I've got and whatnot to upgrade stuff. Just a bit intimidated by this menu because it feels like I can do something wrong here very easily. So I don't want to lose that. Okay, so yeah, so we've lost the M9. Got that. I've got the machine gun now. So can we do that with yeah. We do that with the vests. I get a bit confused by this because it's actually, did I do the right? So that's say what I'll get if I. A bit confused because like I picked the plus sides on either one. I guess that's probably not. So that's basically saying I'm only going to get +1 on defense, and that might not be worth it if the amount of tools we've got are limited. I'm guessing. You can also save yourself on the reload animation by going to your. Oh, nice! That's clever. Yeah, because I had a bit of that. Rifles have a very high damage. Handguns are usually the best, being right in the middle. Oh, cool. So because I've been using the rifle for like the past hour or so. I guess I might not bother with the machine gun. So they all use the same ammo. It looks like. I'm okay with that. So actually, yeah, maybe if I do the machine gun. Yeah, because I have noticed that with the rifle. Yeah, so maybe we'll try the. Okay, we don't really get much from that. Okay, let's try that. So we lose the M11. Go back. Yeah, we don't really get much from doing those. So, if anything, are we better? No, we don't really get. Yeah, I feel like we're not benefiting that much. So I guess it's more so if we've got like fins attached to the. Like maybe it'd be more a case of. Oh, I see. So you kind of specifically pick what you want in terms of. Oh, okay. So you move the Okay. Yeah, Chuck's been talking about. Actually, yeah. So if anything. Yeah, so my handgun's got 3 times rate of fire. The rifle has 2. I was almost like, should I transfer that over? But oh no, I don't know. I don't know. I do quite like my rifle at the moment, even with the slower thing. Maybe I can. Okay, well, we've got a tool in any case. You don't want to attack too long, it's just that, yeah. Yeah, it seems like the impression I'm getting from those of you in chat who know the game, it does seem like it is better to, okay, so we do. So I've just actually leveled up that. Yeah, we'll definitely pass that over because I've leveled the that one quite a bit. There we go, nice. So I've leveled up. We got quite high defense there. So yeah, if I do that with that, yeah, there's not really much. Like, yeah, it's probably not worth wasting the tool on, I guess. The KV vest. You know, if I'm going to be tweaking... Oh, nice, club 2. Do you guys use the club much? I guess it's the last resort, I'm assuming. Oh yeah, it's not really worth it. Oh wow, steal items, but halves attack power. That's interesting. Never used the club. I assume it's just like a last-ditch thing if you're out of ammo, right? But to be honest, ammo seems pretty plentiful in this, at least as far as I can tell. I don't know if that will change in time. Oh, I love getting into the RPG meatiness of something like this. I don't always have the best intuition in terms of making the right decisions on that front, but I'm always kind of certainly happy to try and certainly happy to get advice on it as well. Yeah, I'm kind of dilly-dallying a little bit, to be honest. I don't know if I want to... Like, I've actually really liked my rifle with 2 times rate of fire. I've got this though. But do I want to go back to the handgun? Oh, Jeff. This is a nightstick of stealing for the master of Gosh. Yeah, I'm never sure how fascinating this is to mods doing RPG stat tweaking, but it's something I really like, actually. I don't know, it feels like, I don't know, kind of... Alright, let's have another look at, I'll tell you what, well, we spent quite a lot of time on that as it is, so we'll still be back on it, but we'll kind of go back to story stuff. Gosh, this is such a cool, distinctive little game. I really am enamored with this. So say it was only really today I was sort of like, yeah, let's go Parasite Eve for our next quote-unquote horror game. I'm so glad I did. So what are we looking at, Truth? Stocked. Where we get another green screen car scene. I like those. You're set. Road rules that apply here. Oh god, he's gonna love that after how quick he was driving earlier. I'm not convinced he was following road rules even when they did still apply. Right, alright. Yeah, it's quite an early example of that, isn't it? It's super neat. So it's quite nice to get that kind of RPG stat, this kind of RPG stats, but with a, okay, I'm being daft, what did he say again? So I guess we're just going back to the, precinct? I know they definitely said I'm being daft and forgetful. Let's have a look. So what, we're going to play a little game. We're going to call it. Let's see if we can overclock this bit where the frame rate's unlocked to get to 60 FPS. What have we got? Oh, we're only on like 45. Turn that. Oh, it might be capped at 45 actually. Well, never mind. Hope you enjoyed that game, everyone. I did. What happens if we go to, just out of curiosity, what happens if we go to Central Park? Is it all like late in the day now? Yeah, I'm sorry about that weird film, I didn't want that out there, okay. Animals from the zoo are still on the loose. Oh, we can still go in, I thought it was like blocking the way. So I guess you can still go in to, during the night time. I guess they just didn't do these maps in there. Well, never mind. Okay. Please play at 12 FPS. You've got the greatest hits. Oh, nice. You can probably tell by the accent I'm from the UK, so we'd have to import it over here. Which I basically did on the PlayStation Network. I bought this plan to play it on my PSP at some point with an American PlayStation Network account. I'm pretty sure the address I used was the Nintendo New York store. I thought it was funny. And so what I'm playing now is the file taken from that, because you can just use that on a PC emulator, which is quite fun. Christmas. Oh yeah, it is Christmas Day! Merry goddamn Christmas, everyone! Oh, Lord. One of the happiest of days, yeah. Nice. I don't know how much copies of this are worth. I understand it did sell very well. It did sell very well. Like, obviously not like Final Fantasy levels, but it still did incredibly well back in the game. Oh, there we go. I think you mentioned the trading cards, didn't you, Chuck? Yeah. You love Christmas games, and how trading cards fit in. Oh, come on, sorry. That's like the first time I've disagreed with you on. Like, trading cards are good fun. Come on. Okay. Let's discard. So wait, if we discard junk, let me take your junk. It's actually really good for bars. There we go. So I guess he gives stuff after a while. Well, again, there's that one where if you give him 300 pieces. Guessing we don't need the... Like, once we've used, like, the zoo key and such, I've been pampered by, like, Resident Evil, where they just where the game just says, okay, you don't need this key anymore, do you want to discard it? I'm guessing we don't really need it. Well, maybe we do? Oh, really, Chuck? Oh, that's quite funny, that. Bit of a missing no item cloning sort of thing going on there. It's good fun. Guess we might use actually, let's take a tool with us. So it's interesting, so we can either upgrade items by our own volition with a tool, or if we have a permit, we can do it through, if we say tool, yeah, even through like their very low resolution, you can tell these are just such gorgeous backgrounds. I bet this game looks amazing, like, on original hardware on the CRT. Neither of which I really have access to, so we have to compromise. Like, I've heard people like use RetroArch or other emulators on CRTs with really good results. Be curious to see what that looks like. Was this the conference room? No. Yeah, I think we'll go maybe for 10 more minutes or so. Happy to have gotten a good start on this. As I say, hopefully we can get this and maybe one other horror game, one other maybe like 3 or 4 hour horror game done. If it really comes to it, I'll just run like a day or two over past Halloween into the spooky month of November. Oh gosh, Jeff. Ooh. I don't know, really. Obviously love like Final Fantasy 7, 5, 9, 4. I love what I played on 6, although I unfortunately didn't finish it. Chrono Trigger, World Ends With You, so maybe all the Square ones. I love the first 2 Breath of Fires, even while acknowledging the first Breath of Fire is perhaps a bit generic in some ways, and the walking speed is way too slow on the SNES version, but I've got a big soft spot for those games because they really got me into the genre. Because of course, only having an N64 in terms of consoles back in the day was... that was not where JRPGs happened, like, at all. So I kind of discovered them a bit later via, like, GameCube and Game Boy Advance. Like, Tales of Symphonia is a game I'm very fond of on GameCube as well. I don't know how well it's held up, but I really liked it at the time. Like strategy stuff, like obviously a few Fire Emblem, Shrine of I can't narrow this down, man. I would be tempted to say Chrono Trigger, I have to admit, I really do love Chrono. And I actually, the World Ends With You is an amazing little DS game. That did get ported to Switch as well, I think with somewhat mixed results, because it was a game so designed around the DS, but such a cool out there game with like loads of really interesting concepts going on there. Yeah, I do love. Well, I do love JRPGs. I do get a bit. I struggle a bit when they really get quite trope heavy. Like it's quite easy for them to, I think, especially when you have to have a story that long, spread out over so long. Like it's going to be like a great behemoth evil to and whatnot. Oh, nice, Chuck. Yeah, so it's funny, I'm playing this on, as I say, so we've got like a scanline filter on. So I turn that off for a second. Yeah, there we go. So this is what the... I said I wanted to go on about this again, but I lied. So this is like original resolution. It doesn't look too bad, but like the character model is like noticeably like struggling a little bit with the lower resolution there. Probably looks quite good on the smaller screen. Or the CR2, as I say. And this is how I often play PS1 games, with just the resolution all the way up, so you can see like Aya there looks very... You can make out every detail of the character model. But that does end up... That kind of jars with how obviously low resolution the backgrounds are. So I love this solution. Jeff is like, oh god, he's going on about this again. So I love this solution where it kind of does a mix of both, where it's using the higher resolution source, so she looks a bit more, so the character models look a little bit more, well, basically all the 3D elements, I should say, like they look more kind of smoothed out, they're less noticeably like aliased or jaggy. And then I think that ends up working really well in a game like this with pre-rendered graphics. It tastes better than Kingdom Hearts, oh no! Not the best camera in Kingdom Hearts, is it? Oh, cool track! Oh, blimey, happy anniversary, yeah, fair play. Hope you and the wife have a lovely time. Bring up the topic of Parasite Eve if you can. I'm sure you can find a way to segue into it. Yeah, I'm really... I mean, obviously, you know, of course, like, you know, it's low resolution in some ways, and I've been laughing a bit like some of the animations, like characters kind of spinning on the spot as if they're like on a spindle or something. It's but no, I'm really enamored of this. It still works, but it's still everything it sets out to do. It does really well. Happy Parasite, but she hates Parasite Eve specifically. Oh no, that's a bugger. It's a bit of a shame. Well, never mind. I'm sure you'll have a lovely anniversary all the same. Again, thanks so much, Chuck. Have a lovely time. And thanks so much for your help. Bye-bye. Yeah, sorry, to be fair, we're about to go off anyway. You can probably tell I'm sort of absent-mindedly wandering about, not really sure what I'm doing. So, probably oh, doggo. Hello. Shiva, you're tickling me. Aw. Take good care of... Aww, she was a good girl. So if anything fucked up happens to the dogs, I'm gonna be so mad. You can kill human characters all you want, but, well, not any of the main ones, but don't kill the dog. Oh really? That's funny. It's not something I've really... That's something that'd be more annoying to an onlooker, I think, isn't it? I.e. people watching you stream this. I've played games where I remember the footsteps in the N64 Zelda games used to annoy me, actually. Kind of oddly. I don't really know, but... Jeff, I love why I played of FFA. The fan's off! Because the timer went out. I should get that back on, really. Yeah, I'm just kind of... I'm actually not completely sure where we're meant to be going next, but I don't really mind. Oh, I guess the museum. I guess they decided there. Oh, he was asking about a place for a research facility. Yeah, that is a cool... I know Cricket pointed out, that is a cool, like, effect, isn't there? The, kind of blur of motion on the, windscreen. Must have, like, I can imagine just the presentation of this just being so enrapturing. Like I said, like, you know, it still is, honestly. No way, man. Anyway, yeah, it was an odd character. Hey, it's the Chocobo Museum. That makes me so happy. So this is the American Museum of Natural History. Just as I'm. Oh yeah, those watching from America as well. The clocks go back tonight in the UK as well. So it's currently 1 AM, but at some point, I'm still not completely sure on that. Like at some point within the next hour or so, it'll go back an hour. American Museum of Natural History. Who runs the jerk who runs it? He's gonna be there, Dan. We'll have some great comedic antics. He's gonna like pop out from under the desk or something in there. Goes back at. It actually does go back at 2 AM. Yeah, it kind of. It's hard to kind of figure that out, isn't it? It's really strange. I honestly thought you were joking when you said that, just because of what a running gag we've 2 AM seems to have become on these streams. That's a word. That's a word to say, isn't it? A heck of a word to try and pronounce. Cellular. I can do it, but I have to stop and think as I do it. I remember, not the current Terminator film, the one before that, Genesis, like, Arnold had to say that a few times, and, you know, love him. He was sort of going, you know, a bit tough to do if, not your native language. I mean, if it is, it's a bit of a rough one, isn't it? Cellular. Such an awkward word to finagle your way around. How I cannot be strong as I have said previously. Oh gosh. Yes, that's exactly just as I thought. You got boss. Oh wow. I don't remember looking through a microscope at whatever being this this 90s. No, I don't think I looked at it through a microscope in the 90s. I'm going to comprehensive school until 2002. Sure, Finn, thank you so much. Again, thank you so much for your help. I'm probably about to go, well, not about to go, but probably quite soon. But yeah, thank you so much. Have a lovely time with the, your state got rid of that nonsense. You only have one more time change. Oh, really? It's about to go, is it? Oh, cool. We've still got it. Hey! Great fun. Oh, gosh. If that attacked, you probably experienced the same thing. It's really weird. There is music in the game, but it's really quiet. I don't know if I'm... Oh gosh, sorry. To be trying to reach for my keyboard and put the music... playlist music back on. Yeah, I don't know if it's I don't know if that game music should be louder. Like, this has been a bit weird. I can't get to the... Yeah, sorry, I didn't explain that very well. I was trying to use hotkeys then on RetroArch and they're not working. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, poor Just does my needles. Ooh. So Jeff, you reckon you're streaming tomorrow yourself, sir? Doing all the a lot of Square PS1 goodness between this and FFA. What we got? Gosh, they spent money on these. This is good CG for 98. Oh wow. Looks like a Dragon Ball. Oh, you need to you ought to train the party up a bit more because you are in Kanto now, aren't you? Forgive me, I should know where you are on that. Just remember, I've got to put the scan lines back on as well. But again, none of the RetroArch is still running, just none of the hotkeys are working for some reason. But what I've done wrong there. Oh. Good old antibodies. Getting the Eve flu away from us. Oh gosh. Bit of a name drop there, isn't it? Richard Dawkins' selfish gene theory. Genes act in a manner to preserve and ensure survival of the species. Oh. Oh wow. Yeah, it's a bit mean really to have done that and then be pointing a gun at him when he goes in. Oh. Oh, it's not like that. Oh god, he's gonna love that, isn't he? Do you take me for a fool? Cells like these, they must affect the body's natural state. Ooh. Oh wow, gosh. Oh my lord, there's so much has happened in this sequence. You're about to start Kanto, is it? Oh, cool. Oh, you swapped out for a new team. Oh wow, oh fair play. So I was thinking surely your team would be alright level-wise, but yeah, if you've started a new one, I guess they will need raising a bit. Oh, fair play to you. Oh gosh. Oh, fine. Why did this disturb you? Gonna stop us, yeah. Hey! that's how I mean every social gathering. Oh, no, thank you, bye. It's too late to do anything now. That's reassuring. Yes, I really don't know what that is. It's very undecided. Oh gosh. It's quite a perspective, isn't it? What's that list? Just to see whether organs will be rejected when transplanted. God, I forgot how quick he goes in this. Nice. Have you played Medieval yet, Jeff, per chance? Going back to the station and getting there. Ooh, gosh. What happened in the station? Oh, what's to do with the dog, isn't that? Oh, might just be Eve. He's so meek, isn't he? Oh, it's a good luck charm. Oh. What spiritual power is that for impact? Not touched though, the sort of Heston streamer has got a few games. Oh, that's fair. That's fair, man. So I really like I did really like the demo of it. It's got a bit of a mixed reaction, it seems like. But it honestly really works for me. Yes. Oh, somehow didn't take any damage there. Nice surprise. Oh god. Yeah, oh, the dog went berserk. Not fair. It's not fair. I'd probably just as well if we talk to her again. Wait, are you? Is that not a pool of your own blood you're in? Oh gosh. Right, definitely need to heal that. Oof, let's cut that fine a little bit. We need to save quite badly actually. So the good kind of inversion of like this has been like kind of a safe haven, the police precinct for a while. So for it to get overtaken like this. Oh, thank God. Hey, level up. Channel energy into bullet, that's interesting. Right, let's go and save. Yeah, that's kind of ruined me a bit, Jeff. What a horrible note to end tonight's session on. Sorry, Mags, I know you're keen on dogs as well. I'm gonna go watch cute dog videos after this. We've got these spare photos of Idaho. Appreciated. God, it's been a while since we've saved on this, so I really need to hurry up. Please can we, I hope the phone is still working here, because I need to save. Ooh. Right, there we go. Thank God. Got 2 PS1 memory cards with nothing else to do with them but to put loads of Parasite Eve saves on them. Yeah, a bit of a shame to, I suppose at least we'll know what we're doing, sort of, when we start next time. But, yeah, after horrible news of, oh, the poor dog. And to be fair, I don't know all these poor people as well. Oh, gosh. Well, on that delightfully happy note, thanks so much, everyone, as always. We'll, get ready to raid Peds now. I assume he's still going. Let's have a yeah, thanks so much, guys. It's been quite happy to get started on this. And unless something goes wrong, hopefully I'll be able to stream it tomorrow, probably evening time as well. So I look forward to that. So raid P3DZ, not PEDZ, like I said last time. Not last time, but at some point. I have less than 0 idea on the raid message, so say whatever comes to mind. Good laugh. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Have a lovely night's sleep and all that. Nice chunk. Yeah, go on then, that works. Good night.
Right, I want to just crack on with the story and I'll fly through it and then never go back to Morphle forever. Nice junk. Can you see me? Can you see me naked, Cynthia? Oh, not actually naked, guys. How you doing, guys? Thank you so much for the raid, Jasmine. And welcome everyone from Jasmine's stream. I am playing Outer Wilds. I was playing Deadly Premonition, but it was giving me jip. It crashed on me 3 times, so I just gave up.